Programs normally seen at this time will not be presented this evening in order that we may bring you the following special broadcast. CBS News coverage of Election Night 68. Reporting from election headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
Good evening, everyone. We may be here for a very long night tonight. The last poll showed that this was going to be a very close election, and we'll be keeping tabs of it until we get the final returns in and know who the next president of the United States will be. H.G. Wells wrote that democracy's ceremonial, its feast, its great function is the election. Well, this was our ceremonial and our feast, the function today, the election. It appears that Americans turned out perhaps in record numbers. Possibly 75 million of us went to the polls around the nation. The weather was good most places, and that perhaps helped the turnout. Perhaps the population wasn't quite as apathetic as some of us had thought that it was. Besides voting for the president, the population was voting for 34 senators, 21 governors, all of the House of Representatives, that's 435 of them. The legislatures in 43 states were up, and innumerable propositions, bond issues, and whether to have sale by the drink, and whether to vote for horse racing, that sort of thing, on the ballot in 44 other states. My colleagues and I will be here throughout the night, of course, to give you the returns on all of these votes. Mike Wallace will be reporting on the East, and Roger Mudd will be reporting on the South, Dan Rather on the Middle West, Joe Benty on the West, and Eric Severide will be giving us the benefit of his analysis from long years in Washington and watching these elections down through the years with all of us. Today, the presidential candidates and the vice presidential candidates, of course, went to the polls. All except Richard Nixon, that is. He voted absentee here in New York at his Fifth Avenue apartment last week along with his family because he thought he might not get back in time from his last night stand in California. He's flying here now and should be arriving, as a matter of fact, at Newark Airport in New York at any moment to spend the night at his election night headquarters suite in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Mr. Humphrey voted out at Marysville Township near Waverly, Minnesota, and he'll spend the night in Minneapolis. And George Wallace voted in Claxton, Alabama, and will be in Montgomery, Alabama, for the night. We'll be going to their headquarters in the course of the evening. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. At this hour, 6 o'clock Eastern Time, some of the polls have closed in Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Some other states, such as New Hampshire and Kansas, permit a certain number of their votes when all of their registered voters in a precinct have cast their ballots to reveal the vote at that early hour before all the polls have closed. And so we have a few precincts in as of this hour, 214 precincts out of the nation's 167,855. Less than 1% of the precincts have been counted. Richard Nixon, the Republican candidate for the presidency, has jumped into an early lead on the basis of that tiny sample of voting. 22,200 votes, 47% of the votes. Humphrey, 14,964, 32%. George Wallace, 9,679, 21% of the vote. Let's take a look at the various election headquarters on this election night. The mood at those headquarters as the ballots are beginning to be counted. First, let's go to the Nixon headquarters in New York City and John Hart.
Well, Walter, it's going to be pretty dull around here for a while. Richard Nixon is not scheduled to arrive here for about 3 hours. He's now expected to come out of his airplane any moment now at Newark. He'll spend the intervening time at his apartment over on Fifth Avenue and then go directly up to the 35th floor, where in a well-guarded retreat he will watch the returns with some favored politicians and close friends. Down here in the ballroom, the ordinary VIPs, his staff, other politicians, and major contributors will be enjoying refreshments in each other's company until he decides to come down and talk to us. The Nixon men are elaborately confident this day. John Mitchell, the campaign manager, spent a leisurely hour with us today, predicting 350 to 400 electoral votes tonight for Richard Nixon. He says his private polls show Nixon leading in every major state, with the possible exception of Michigan, which he called a toss-up. He noted a heavy turnout in the suburbs of Chicago and Philadelphia, St. Louis, and Kansas City, which, as you know, is the stomping ground of the Richard Nixon Forgotten American. His insurance, he says, is in the border states of the South, where he has noted, by his own soundings in the last week, he said, a turnabout for Nixon. Apparently, Southerners, according to John Mitchell's views, have bought the Nixon argument that a vote for Humphrey is a vote for George Wallace, that is a vote for Humphrey, and it would be a wasted vote. That has been Nixon's line in the South. John Mitchell does not believe that the bombing halt hurt Richard Nixon. The Nixon organization had telephone wave polls Thursday and Friday nights showing a shift to them of only 2%. Richard Nixon picked up 1% and Hubert Humphrey 0.5% on those private polls, and we don't know exactly what the samples were or how wide they were, but that is at least the lights of Mr. Mitchell. He'll be watching Connecticut and Delaware tonight because those are indicators of what he believes is a critical shift needed in New England. And he'll also be watching Kentucky, where the Nixon organization has a series of sample precincts which will show them, they believe, how the voters vote everywhere from the minorities to the minors. This ballroom is occupied now mainly by newsmen and policemen, and we'll be waiting until Richard Nixon decides to come down sometime tonight, either for his another last news conference or for the first of many more. This is John Hart in the Grand Ballroom of the Waldorf, and now to David Shoemaker at the Humphrey headquarters in Minneapolis.
The vice president wound up his campaign in better shape than his staff and the reporters who've been traveling with him. Mr. Humphrey looked tired, but was still energetic as he got off his plane from Los Angeles this morning. He went off to vote while much of the rest of his traveling party dragged themselves off to bed. The Humphreys cast their ballots at the Marysville Township Hall, about 2 miles from their Lake Waverly home. Only a handful of voters were there at the same time. The little white-frame building was jammed mostly with photographers who warmed themselves by an old wood-burning stove. Incidentally, they're expecting snow in Minnesota tonight. After voting, Mr. Humphrey posed for pictures, greeted some neighbors, and joked with reporters. Then he went home to sleep. Tonight he'll have dinner at the home of an old friend, a Minneapolis banker, and then come here to the Leamington Hotel to watch the returns. Humphrey has been confident for more than a week that he's going to win. In fact, when all of the polls and the CBS News electoral count showed he would lose by a landslide, he offered me an even money bet that he would win. When I asked him how much, he pulled a money clip out of his pocket and counted his bills. $31. This is David Shoemaker at Humphrey headquarters. Now to Nelson Benton at Wallace headquarters in Montgomery, Alabama.
It is here in Montgomery's Garrett Coliseum that George Wallace's hardcore supporters will watch for the results tonight. The place is just about empty right now. It holds 14,000, though, and they'll fill it up before the night is very old. After a strenuous 2 months of stumping the nation, the only official item on Wallace's calendar today was what it's all about, voting. He drove the 70 or so miles from Montgomery to Clayton, Alabama, to pull the lever for himself and for Curtis LeMay. Just about the whole town turned out to meet him, including cousins, aunts, his 2 brothers, his mother. In Alabama, the Democratic ticket under the rooster emblem is composed of George Wallace's electors, so George Wallace voted the straight Democratic ticket. The candidate's mood was a mellow one from the moment he hit town. He did speak of victory, but his emphasis was on what he thinks will be the effect of his third-party movement on the other parties, or on whatever may be the upcoming administration after today's results are in. George Wallace thinks he has had an effect. He probably has. But his mood did not indicate today that he thinks that effect is a 4-year lease on the White House beginning January the 20th. Wallace talked rather freely to reporters for the entire time he was in Clayton. He talked more about what his party will do, how it will last. He will remain the spokesman. He will continue to speak for it. Someone asked Governor Wallace what are his plans after Election Day. He said he doesn't have any plans. He'll just play it by ear. Well, Walter, he's been playing it by ear for the past 8 months with some pretty startling results. And what the future will be, there's just no way of telling. This is Nelson Benton in Montgomery. Now back to Walter Cronkite in New York.
Gentlemen, as you know, the Students for a Democratic Society and the National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam, the groups responsible for the demonstrations in Chicago, have threatened rather large-scale demonstrations throughout today in the United States and tonight at the various candidates' headquarters. Today there were little dust-ups in Newark, New Jersey. 1,000 of them demonstrated in Lafayette Park across from the White House in Washington, and 100 were arrested there. Some 50 demonstrators in Union Square in New York. It didn't really amount to very much. There were some at Waterville, Maine, 175 college students when the Democratic vice presidential candidate, Edmund Muskie, went there to cast his vote in his hometown. But I'm wondering if there is any indication of a demonstration around the candidates' headquarters tonight. Any outside the Waldorf, John?
Walter, when I came in this evening, I haven't seen any indications of any gathering at this point. I would imagine they would be waiting until about 9 o'clock Eastern time for Richard Nixon to arrive.
What about out there in Minneapolis, David Shoemaker? Dave Shoemaker?
Right, Walter. The Humphreys were expecting demonstrators outside their lakefront home at Waverly today. The demonstrators did not materialize. There's no sign of them here in Minneapolis tonight. The vice president has not been bothered by hecklers for some time now. Shortly after the Salt Lake City speech, they seem to leave him alone.
And what about down there in Montgomery, Alabama, Nelson Benton?
Walter, it's not the kind of evening you'd expect. I expected this place to be full much earlier. George Wallace has come back from voting in Clayton, Alabama, I think. He will be sequestered somewhere near this Coliseum. We don't know when we will see him. We're told that he will probably appear sometime during the evening, but there's no way of telling.
The besides the two major party candidates, of course, there is this third party candidate, George Wallace, from the... I'm told that Richard Nixon has just arrived at Newark Airport from Los Angeles. Bill Plant's there. Come in, Bill.
Walter, Richard Nixon and Mrs. Nixon and the two girls have just gotten off his airplane, the Tricia, after the 5-hour flight from the West Coast. He's waving to a small crowd, which consists mainly of reporters here at Newark Airport, and getting in his limousine directly for the trip into New York City. The Nixon entourage, as usual, consists of his staff aides, a number of Secret Service people, and several hundred among the traveling press. Mr. Nixon's staff made it known that he didn't wish to stop and talk here, so they put him in the limousine, and the trip to New York City begins right now. And the long night ahead, I'm sure, is much on his mind at this point. The Nixon motorcade will take the New Jersey Turnpike, probably to the Lincoln Tunnel into Manhattan. Mr. Nixon heading for the Waldorf and for his 35th floor suite, from which he'll watch the returns on this night. There he goes. And the next glimpse we get of Richard Nixon tonight, Walter, will probably be when he comes downstairs to tell the American people that he has won or lost, as the case may be. This was the last airplane trip of a campaign which covered well over 100,000 miles in over 30 states. And this is probably the last motorcade of many, many on this campaign. This reporter and others have spent much time running for buses. And there goes one now, which I think we'll probably miss this time.
Well, Bill, there's no better way to end a campaign than to miss the bus. However, a couple of you lucky gentlemen are going to be catching other buses tonight or tomorrow morning or whenever the election is decided, and be off with the president and the vice president as they go to their vacation retreats when the word has finally come in that they have won this long and grueling campaign. With former Vice President Nixon's arrival back in the New York area, and with Curtis LeMay, I gather, on the way or already in Montgomery, Alabama, George Wallace's vice presidential running mate, all the travel is indeed over for the night, and the candidates have settled in to the points where they will be hearing the word tonight, whether they have won or whether they have lost. We have something like 270 precincts, around that number, out of the nation's 167,855. It's not even 1% of the vote yet, but you see it there on the board. Nixon has 47% of the vote so far, 39,479. Humphrey, a little over 28,000. Wallace, almost 17,000 votes with 20% of the vote. Besides the two major parties and the third party making the greatest bid for votes this year of any third party in our recent history, and not since Teddy Roosevelt's Bull Moose Progressives in 1912 has there been such an extensive run by a third party. We have a lot of other minor parties on the ballot in half of the states. There are a total of 9 other parties represented in one state or another, 3 of them of the old left, the communists, the socialist workers, the socialist labor, and 3 of them of the new left, the so-called Peace and Freedom Party, or the Freedom and Peace Party, an offshoot of that, and the New Party, so-called. The 3 others are the Prohibition Party, the Constitution Party, and the Universal Party, which are represented on some ballots in some states. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. Several states will provide barometers as to how the nation is going tonight, and let's take a look with our correspondents at where those states lie. Mike Wallace?
Well, Walter, there are 3 major states in the East whose electoral votes amount to 89, or 1/3 the sum total needed for election. New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania are those states, and just 2 weeks ago, according to all the polls, Nixon was comfortably ahead in all 3. And then the old Democratic coalition went to work in those states. Labor organizations poured in money for advertising, radio and television commercials. Their criticism centered on Nixon's choice of Spiro Agnew. Then the McCarthy people began to move over from apathy to Humphrey, and the polls began to change. By this morning, Nixon was behind in New York, about even in Pennsylvania, still slightly ahead in New Jersey. Well, he needs 2 of those 3 eastern states if he is to move west with any breathing room, and at this moment there is no assurance that he has got them. A Republican leader in Pennsylvania says Pennsylvania is indeed the keystone state for Nixon. It has never bucked a national Republican tide since 1854. If Pennsylvania does go Democratic tonight, Nixon is in trouble.
Let's find out about the South from Roger Mudd. Roger?
The state now to watch in the South is Kentucky, which is a key state for Richard Nixon. If Wallace carries Kentucky tonight, then perhaps it will indicate that his strength, even in the South, is deeper than it is in Kentucky, and this whole election could be deadlocked. We have some early returns in from Kentucky. 5% of the popular vote is now in. Nixon leading by about 4,000 votes over Humphrey. The indications are that Humphrey is doing well in Louisville, Nixon doing well in the suburbs. The second fastest state in the South to report is Tennessee, where the polls close anywhere from 4 until 9 o'clock today. The clue for Hubert Humphrey is the Negro vote there, which apparently seems disorganized. Here are some first returns in. 7% of the popular vote. Nixon in the lead, 19,000, and Humphrey and Wallace running about neck and neck. It's interesting to note, Walter, that in the rural areas of western Tennessee, which is heavy Wallace country, Humphrey is a point or 2 ahead of George Wallace.
Go to Dan Rather for the Middle West.
Walter, Ohio is the state we'll be watching the hardest, earliest this evening. It has a massive 26 electoral votes, and it's interesting to note that the Nixon staff sent their candidate this word. If Humphrey wins Ohio, he probably will win the country. Since 1854, the year of its founding, the Republican Party has never won the nation without Ohio. Richard Nixon expects to carry Ohio, but he acknowledged that Humphrey had a heavy charge going in the last few days, and so no state is more important in the Midwest, and possibly none in the country more important than Ohio. The polls close in Ohio in about 7 minutes. Illinois, of course, also has 26 electoral votes, and that's a state that Richard Nixon felt that he might have won the 1960 election had he been able to carry it. We have some early returns in from Kansas, 3% of the vote in, most of these rural areas. Nixon leads Humphrey by not quite as much as had been expected. Wallace is running third. Walter?
Joseph Benty, when we come back in a short while, we'll get a report on the far west, where we'll be waiting quite a while to get some actual returns. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68 continues. Reporting from Election Headquarters, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
We still have less than 1% of the nation's precincts reported since the polls are open nearly everywhere in the United States still. We have 693 of the nation's 170,000 almost precincts in. Richard Nixon has gone just over the 100,000 mark with 45% of the vote. Humphrey, 76,000 with 35%, and Wallace, 20% with 43,582, as you see there. Polls have closed only now, and they just are closing at this moment in North Carolina and Ohio, and they have closed in parts of Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Everywhere else, the polls are open, and there's still time for most of America to vote. Advance indications are that we are turning out in record numbers today, perhaps 75 million of us for this vote. And I think that is being confirmed in the western part of the United States as well. Joe Benty can tell us about it. Joe?
Well, Walter, the vote turnout around the West is very high in most states. California started off slowly, and now it's picked up. And that's the key state to watch in the West, not so much for indicating any trends in that region of the country, but simply because Humphrey and Nixon are going to be watching it. The last major poll taken in the state showed that they had come to within 1 percentage point of each other, with Nixon in the lead. And in California, that means 40 electoral votes, which is almost half of the 95 electoral votes in the West. And Richard Nixon, going into this election day, was given the edge in the far West, thinking possibly that he could pick up nearly all of those 95 electoral votes, which would be a third of what he needs to win the presidency. So, like everyone else, and the candidates included, we'll be watching California, Walter.
I notice here, Joe, that San Francisco seems to be turning out in that area in record numbers. By noon, they were running way ahead of 1964. Does that augur particularly well for the Democrats?
It does, but as we pointed out the other day, the problem in California is the Democratic voter, and there's a question now: is he going for the peace and freedom candidate? Is he going to vote for the president? And if he doesn't, or if he is so upset about Vietnam and Chicago, he stays away and goes to peace and freedom, then they're in trouble.
Speaking of Chicago, we're not out of that woods yet, apparently. They have trouble there tonight, this afternoon. Our NES, that's the News Election Service, which gathers the returns, as we all know, for all of the news organizations. Our reporters were not allowed in the precincts in Illinois, and the county clerk for Cook County said that he would stand by his precinct captains, and if they don't want to let the NES people in, they won't be let in. So the nation may be deprived for some hours of the returns in Cook County, Illinois, Mayor Daley's bailiwick. Eric Severide, what do you see ahead tonight?
Well, I'm not going to try to be a prophet, Walter, but if this turnout is as big as it looks, and as you've been reporting with these present indications, it ought to help the Democratic Party on the average across the country, because it is still the normal majority party in this country. About 46% of the people who will indicate what party they belong to will say Democratic. The other half split between independents and Republicans. But certainly this turnout belies all the idea of apathy in this country the last few weeks, and perhaps the relatively quiet behavior of the crowds, and the crowds weren't so very big this time. It was due more to perplexity, thoughtfulness, rather than the fact that they're not interested. And maybe we've passed a period in our national history and are no longer going to have campaigns of high excitement and great masses of people. We may play it a lot cooler from now on. It never did seem reasonable that with all the perturbation in the country among so many people about all these problems, that people wouldn't vote. That's the one thing they could do. Of course, this is the one day above all when they can tell off the politicians and the editors and the broadcasters and, in fact, the pollers. Maybe those two. In any case, it would be more evidence that these pangs and pains that we're feeling in this country are really those of movement and dynamic change and not of stagnation or decay or anything of that kind. These two candidates the two leading candidates are both very familiar figures, been on the scene a long time, but no matter which one wins the presidency, neither party will really be quite the same from now on, and they won't be able to govern and use the federal government in quite the same way. The old coalition put together, beginning with Roosevelt and the Democratic Party, is pretty well broken up. A new pattern will have to emerge, whether Humphrey wins or not. On the Nixon side, if he wins, he's got to try to create a new center coalition called Republican, different kinds of people, because the makeup of the population has changed, and he could not govern in the old way, the old Republican philosophy of a rather passive president, congressional supremacy, great reliance on private enterprise, and so on. That's probably all finished. Maybe the opinion polls may be finished, though I very much doubt it. This passion of people to know what the future is going to be before the future comes is a very old passion. It goes back at least to the Delphic Oracle, and she was wrong sometimes too already.
We have finally broken into the percentage column of national popular vote with 1% of the vote in. And Nixon is leading 46% to 35% for Humphrey and 19% for George Wallace. Very scattered returns from across the nation so far. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. Let's take a look now at the vice presidential candidates' headquarters. First, going to Bruce Morton at Agnew headquarters in Annapolis, Maryland. Bruce?
Walter, this is where they'll hold the party. This has been a day of some realism and some fun. The realism came first when Agnew voted early this morning here and told reporters he was confident of victory, but added, "I go into every election fully prepared to lose." Then the fun, a round of golf at a local country club, a good score, the governor said when he came back. Agnew is at the governor's mansion now, where there's to be a buffet supper for family and campaign staff. Here at his headquarters hotel, some 400 Republicans are getting ready to sit down to $100 a plate roast beef. The governor himself won't appear until the results are clear one way or the other. The easy optimism of Agnew's staff's early days has vanished. Staff members lately have been snappish, nervous, and clearly worried about what tonight may bring. The governor's own role lately has been played down, heavy on party appearances, light on public rallies, light above all on news conferences. George Herman is covering Senator Muskie's headquarters in Waterville, Maine. George?
Another golfer here in Waterville. Senator Muskie blew into town around 10 o'clock this morning, went immediately to the polling place in the school where he's voted for so many years, hugged and kissed all the old-timers, the ladies who've manned that polling place for these many years, cast his vote and took over. The people of Maine are relaxed but serious. The vote has been extremely heavy in this state, but there's been a good deal of joking as Waterville State Armory has been readied for the unaccustomed excitement. Later tonight at this lectern, the senator will make whatever statement he has to make. His staff people are in a state of confusion and flutter, poring over the polls, hardly able to believe them after this long 9 weeks of gloom. The senator himself takes it all in very relaxed fashion. He golfed and then slapped. The staff people are somewhat worried about victory, said one exhausted staff member to the other. Do you realize that if we win, we'll be flying to Waverly, Minnesota tomorrow? CBS News correspondent Ike Pappas is with General LeMay in Montgomery, Alabama.
Judge, we are not quite with General LeMay in Montgomery. General LeMay is still in the air. He is in an Electra coming from his home in Bel Air, California. We expect him down on the ground in Montgomery. General LeMay and his party, his wife and his aides, about 40 people in all, down on the ground in Montgomery in 40 minutes. He will proceed to an area near the Coliseum and then await the turn to come on stage with his running mate, George Wallace. Not very many people have arrived here yet. It will, of course, become more and more filled through the night, and by the time the returns are complete, there should be some 15,000 people here. General LeMay voted with his wife in Bel Air, California earlier today. He met with some friends immediately after that, and then he went to the airplane to make the trip here. He hasn't staged a very vigorous campaign, but it ended in typical style last night at a fundraising dinner at Santa Ana, California. The general said again that if it was up to him, he would resume the bombing in North Vietnam. He's been extremely critical of the bombing halt. And tonight may see the end of perhaps the shortest political career in history. The general has indicated to me that he hasn't liked campaigning and he doesn't like politics, and he has indicated off the record that if he is asked again, he probably wouldn't do this again. This is Ike Pappas at the Montgomery Coliseum, and now back to Walter Cronkite.
Curtis LeMay also is going to be looking for a job, presumably, if he isn't elected vice president, and that seems rather unlikely. He lost his job with an electronics firm. He had a leave of absence for the campaign, but the stock dropped so precipitously when he joined George Wallace for the campaign that he was fired. There were a couple other prominent voters out today. President Johnson voted in Johnson City, Texas, near the ranch, and former President Harry Truman, at 84, walked 2 blocks to a schoolhouse near his home in Independence, Missouri, to cast his vote in what he called good Democratic weather. It was not so good for everybody else, apparently, in Independence, Missouri. It was cloudy, rather chilly, 40 degrees. We have 1% of the vote in so far. Nixon 45%, Humphrey 36%, and Wallace 19%. And let's take a look at where that vote comes from, with very few of the polls closed. In Alabama, where some of the polling places have closed, Nixon has a 1-vote lead over Humphrey in just a few precincts there. In Georgia, we have 1 precinct reported, although the polls have not closed there and will not in Georgia for another few minutes. They close there at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. That's another 15, 20 minutes from now. In Kentucky, where some polls have closed also, Nixon has a lead, as you see, 125,000 to 107,000, with about a quarter of the state's votes counted. And there, George Wallace has 45,000 votes. In Tennessee, with 12% of the precincts in, Nixon has a lead also, 39,000 to Wallace, who is in second place at 25,500, and Humphrey at 23,550. There were votes in also from Kansas. There, they permit the counting of ballots when precincts have got all of their registered voters through the polling place, and 3% of the precincts have so reported. Nixon 8,500, Humphrey 5,600, and Wallace 1,175. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. Here at our CBS News election headquarters, we've begun the count of the vote in the big election of 1968. The first time since 1924, the first time really since 1912 that a third party has had an important influence on a national election. George Wallace's American Independent Party. It may mean that we will not know at the end of this night, in the early hours tomorrow, who the next President of the United States will be. It may mean that none of the 3 candidates has a clear majority of 270 electoral votes, and that the matter will have to be settled in the House of Representatives, perhaps in January, if no agreement can be reached in the Electoral College when it meets on December the 16th. How will we be counting the votes here tonight? And how will our CBS News estimates work when we are able to say early on in the evening how one state or another is going and where its electoral vote is going to end up? Well, Joe Benty can tell us all that. Joe, it's your turn to bat.
Okay, Walter, our votes are going to be based on, our counting will be based on 2 sets of votes. The first votes will be on the boards in this studio. They represent each state, and that state's voting for president, senator, or governor. This is the raw vote, the vote as it's actually being counted from every precinct in the United States. These tabulations are identical with those being used on the 2 other networks and by Associated Press and United Press International. Now, we've joined together to form what's called the News Election Service, NES. NES has placed 125,000 reporters across the United States to report every precinct's vote as soon as they are known, except for Cook County, Illinois, where, as Walter pointed out, we're having trouble getting our NES reporters in there. The NES system operates this way. The votes are called in from precincts to regional centers in Dallas, Atlanta, New York, St. Louis, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and Los Angeles. Computers then transmit that collected vote to New York. Here, they'll be tallied to be released at the same time to all of those organizations which I told you are a part of NES. Now, this is faster than the old-fashioned way, and it avoids much of the confusion of the past when one organization would be reporting one set of votes and another organization reporting just an opposite set. Still, that raw vote count is relatively slow, and it gives us the impression that some kind of a race is going on when, in fact, the votes already have been cast. So in an effort to focus in more clearly on the real story, how those already cast votes are falling into place, we've devised another system, which we call the CBS News Estimate. Across the United States, CBS News has selected 3,500 sample precincts. This is our big sample. Actually, it's a miniature of every state, and, of course, by taking every state, then the entire nation. And here's how it works. If you voted today in one of our sample precincts, your vote has been phoned into New York by a CBS reporter there, posted in every one of the 3,500 precincts. Operators, such as those working in that IBM tower directly behind Dan Rather, are recording that reporter's information. They're checking it for accuracy. Now, when they're sure that the report is correct, they enter it into a high-speed IBM computer, where it is combined with the voting information phoned in by reporters from other precincts in your state. Now, that's the information from today. That same computer already has been fed information from the past, information which experience tells us it will serve as a guide to determining what direction today's vote has taken. Now, since our samples actually reflect the state and reflect the nation, we should then be able to make an estimate for each race in each state and for the nation as a whole. And that estimate will look like this on your home screens, a CBS News estimate. It will tell you when a candidate is leading in a particular state, when he is trailing, whether or not it's simply too close to call, or who has won, who has lost. These estimates are not mysterious. In fact, they are just a shorthand system for arriving at what you, the voter, already decided today. Walter?
Joe, I think we might point out that that news estimate that you showed there is actually our news estimate of the moment. This is the first state in which we have made an estimate. Our estimate is that the Republican candidate for the presidency, Richard Nixon, is indeed leading in the state of Kentucky with the possibility at this point, with 80% of our sample votes in, that he will end up with 44% of the vote. He's leading. We do not say yet that he is likely to win Kentucky, but he certainly is in the lead there. And incidentally, besides all of the computers and the tabulators and the hundreds of people working behind the scenes here, that which is seen on the screen apparently has already created some telephone calls around the country. We've had a number of calls asking, first of all, people who have color sets are asking, at any rate, what the green bubbles are back there, which you can see in this wide shot of our studio. Well, ironic as it may seem, those green bubbles are there so you won't see them. They're there to be unobtrusive. Our cameramen and cameras are behind those green bubbles, and if we figured that if they were moving around all evening, swinging those cameras, you might not be able to concentrate on what Dan Rather and Mike Wallace and Eric Severide and Roger Mudd and Joe Benty and just conceivably I have been saying. So we put the green bubbles over the cameraman. Now, another question has been asked about this great big well, which we're sitting around here, this round hole. Well, I'll tell you what that is. That's our great big wastebasket in the sky. It's nothing. We had to sit around something, so we're sitting around a hole. Actually, I can look down in that hole, and I can see a bunch of boards which tell me what's going on around the country and the Senate House, governorship, and national election votes. Now, with that 1% of the vote still at 1%, but moving up toward 2%, we have Nixon's percentage at 44%, Humphrey's at 36%, and Wallace is holding at 19%. Reminding you again that this comes from mostly some some precincts that have closed in Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, and in Kansas, and perhaps a few votes from North Carolina and Ohio, where precincts have closed now, the voting places. In another 10 minutes, the polling places will close in quite a batch of states, 8 more: Georgia, Illinois, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia, and some will close in Florida and Indiana also at that time. At that time, we'll have enough states have closed at that time for 20% of the electoral vote, or a total of 109 electoral votes, and we'll begin getting our estimates shortly after they close. But meanwhile, there's still plenty of time for most of America to get out and vote. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68. Reporting from election headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
With reasonably good weather over most of the nation, apparently America turned out in record numbers today for this election, 1968, which it is choosing a president of the United States. Some of the members of the Senate, all of the members of the House, and some governors. 1% of the vote has been counted now, and Nixon leads with 44%, Humphrey 37%, and Wallace 19% of the vote. Polls are still open in most of the nation. Part of the polling places in Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee have closed. All of them have closed in North Carolina and Ohio. And at this hour, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 other states are closing just at this moment in Georgia, Illinois, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. However, elsewhere in the United States, of course, the polls are still open and will be open for some time in the Middle West and many places in the South, and particularly in the western states. Roger Mudd has a report for us now on where most of our votes have been coming from, the South. Roger?
Walter, the significance of these Kentucky returns really cannot be overestimated. George Wallace is running a very poor race in Kentucky. This, before Kentucky voted, was expected to be a strong Wallace state, although not expected to win. But with half of the popular vote in, George Wallace is running a very poor third. This would indicate that his strength will not break out of the Deep South and into the border states. It means possibly that his electoral vote will not go beyond 45 or 50. There's the popular vote, half of it in. Our CBS News estimate shows that when all these model precincts are in and the final vote is counted, Mr. Nixon will carry Kentucky 44%. It's interesting to take a look just at where these votes are coming from for Mr. Nixon. He is trailing in Louisville, but not by much. He is breaking even with Hubert Humphrey in the suburbs, but in the low-income and blue-collar areas in Kentucky, George Wallace is running a bad third. Humphrey carrying the low-income group, and George Wallace carrying, and Nixon carrying low-income, and Hubert Humphrey carrying blue-collar, and in both cases, George Wallace doing badly. Now in Tennessee, which is our second state with a heavy reporting in, 17% of the vote is in. Nixon leading there, Wallace in second place, Humphrey in a bad third. That was a toss-up state. 17% of the vote in. The indications are that Wallace is doing well in the high Democratic voting areas and fairly well in the blue-collar areas. He is holding his own with the low-income group. And for one quick look at the Kentucky Senate race, the Republican candidate, Marlowe Cook, with over half the popular vote in, with a fairly good lead over Miss Catherine Peden, the Democrat. That seat is Thurston Morton's seat, who is retiring. The high Democratic areas show 32% of normally Democratic voters tonight are voting for the Republican candidate, Marlowe Cook. Walter?
Roger, what you say about Wallace's troubles in Kentucky may also be building in North Carolina. Wallace was expected by a consensus of polls to very possibly take the state. It was nip and tuck between Wallace and Nixon in the polls there. But we have a special CBS News survey. You know, it's not our estimate, but we have people at the polling places in many parts of the state just asking voters how they voted, and some of them tell us. And when they do, we can get some idea of how the state is going. And indications so far are that Wallace is not doing so well in North Carolina either, that Nixon is running ahead in that survey of people who are leaving the polling places, and that Humphrey and Wallace are running kind of neck and neck for second, but about 10 percentage points behind. So maybe there's a shaping here of some disappointment for Wallace, LeMay, and their American Independent Party tonight. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. We're moving up toward 2% of the national popular vote in, but it is still officially recorded down at the 1% level. That's only scattered precincts around the country. As you see, less than a 250,000 votes in so far. There hasn't been any change in that percentage figure since we were way back with just a few precincts in. 44% for Nixon, Humphrey 36, and Wallace 19, holding surprisingly steady at those figures with these very, very early returns in. In what the late polls indicate is going to be a very close presidential race tonight. One so close that it may not even be decided tonight or in the early hours tomorrow, that there may have to be some dickering in the Electoral College, which meets on December the 16th, to determine whether one of these candidates or another gets a majority, a clear majority of the Electoral College vote. That would be 270 votes. The man who is watching these returns tonight very carefully is the President of the United States, who chose not to run this year in the hopes that his gesture would bring a Vietnam peace, a peace which still eludes him. He voted today in Johnson City, Texas, not far from his ranch. Robert Pierpoint, our CBS News White House correspondent, has been in Austin, Texas with the presidential party. Bob, come in and tell us about the President's Day.
Walter, this is all very confusing. Actually, we're in San Antonio right now. We were with the president up in Johnson City when he voted this morning at about 9 o'clock. As a matter of fact, we were up there by 7, expecting him to vote early, as he always has done in the past, but he didn't. He voted at 9 o'clock. He kept his ballot secret, and Mrs. Johnson, just as they were driving away, answered a reporter by saying, of course, she voted for Humphrey. We had expected that we would go back up to the ranch sometime tonight for a statement by the president after some of the results were known. Perhaps the outcome was clear. But about 5 o'clock this afternoon, Texas time, that's just a little over an hour ago, the president decided that he will not go on nationwide television tonight, apparently no matter what happens. We had been expecting to go up by bus, the hour-and-a-half ride up there. We had all our facilities arranged up there. CBS, as a matter of fact, had a truck up there, a mobile unit, since last Saturday when the astronauts were entertained at the ranch, and we had elaborate arrangements for the president to go on television any time tonight that he was ready to. We thought, of course, if the vice president won, he would be especially anxious to go on television. But he's decided not to. I don't know quite why. My own guess is that he may feel it simply is going to be too late tonight or very early tomorrow morning before he knows the final outcome, and he may want to wait until tomorrow for a television statement. Instead, if he has anything to say at all, the White House press office has told us here in San Antonio that they will issue the statement to us from the president. He, of course, with Mrs. Johnson, is now presumably at the ranch, and I say presumably they're watching television. As a matter of fact, they could be almost anywhere. It is, frankly, Walter, a bit nerve-wracking to cover the President of the United States when you're 75 miles away from him, and that's been one of our problems for a long time now with President Johnson, who keeps us about 75 miles from the ranch. But that's a problem that I hope we won't have to face with the next president, no matter who he is. All right, Walter, back to you.
Bob, it's nerve-wracking for you, but it's also nerve-wracking for us when we don't even know where you are. Try to keep in touch with the office, will you? I thought you were in Austin, Texas. We've had some early reports on the analysis of the vote, where it's coming from our vote profile analysis, the one that provides our CBS News estimate. Nationally, with a few of these sample precincts of ours in suburbs and the small towns, the trend at this point shows Nixon well ahead in both of those areas where he was indeed expected to run strong in the suburbs and the smaller towns. But his percentage of vote doesn't seem to be as high as it might be in those areas. 54% in the suburbs, 51% in the small towns. The Humphrey vote in the suburbs is 37%. In the small towns, it's 29%. Wallace, who was hoping for a large vote, particularly in the small town areas, is only getting 19% of the vote there. He's getting 9% of the vote, about what was anticipated, in the suburbs. We also note that Nixon, as expected, is getting 65% of the vote in the so-called high Republican areas, but that's 1 percentage point below Goldwater's 1964 pace. Of course, this is still on the basis of very early returns from our sample precincts. Dan Rather, could you give us a report on that Midwestern vote so far?
Well, yes, Walter. As you may know, the polls in Ohio closed just about 40 minutes ago. For those who may be joining us just a bit late, we pointed out earlier how important Ohio is with 26 electoral votes. And the indication is that we may have a real cliffhanger going in Ohio. A special CBS News survey of voters leaving the polling places, this is a CBS survey, indicates that George Wallace may garner less than 10% of the total vote in Ohio when it's all in, and that Humphrey and Nixon seem to be very close to splitting the remaining 90%. Now, we do have some of the actual vote total in from Ohio. It's still very early. With about 1% of the vote counted, Nixon leading in Ohio, Humphrey a close second, George Wallace running third. Now, the CBS News estimate in Ohio, we have about a third of our sample precincts in, the so-called model precincts in Ohio, and this indicates that no trend in Ohio as yet. It's just, although we're getting a good number in, just over 25 of our 90 sample precincts, that it's so close in Ohio that we just simply can't make any kind of call in any direction. And that's what leads us to believe that Ohio may go right down to the last actual vote tabulated. Now, we'll be coming back to Ohio and a few more of our sample precincts a bit later on, but the important point to remember is that as of this moment, it does appear in the presidential race that Ohio is going to be very close indeed. Now, the same thing, perhaps even more so, holds true in that nationally prominent Senate race in Ohio. Again, with some of the tabulated votes, some of the actual vote counted, William Saxby, the Republican, moderate Republican, leading John Gilligan, the McCarthy-Kennedy-style Democrat, in the race for Frank Lauschi's old Senate seat in Ohio. Again, with just over a third of the CBS News sample precincts in, CBS News estimates that this race, the Saxby, the Republican, versus Gilligan, the Democrat race in Ohio, also is simply so close that we can spot no trend as yet. Now, we're told, by the way, that Cleveland shows 15% for George Wallace. This is the CBS News estimate in Cleveland. In Cleveland, about 15% for George Wallace. Now, this was about what Wallace was expected to get, particularly in some of those blue-collar areas of Cleveland, but it also indicates that there is a very heavy voter turnout in Cleveland, as there was all over Ohio, except in the Negro districts. The early indication is that the Negro voting turnout in all of Ohio, and particularly in the Cleveland area, is not going to be as large as it was all over the rest of the state, that is, the general vote turnout, and that could be significant in a race as close as that Ohio vote is expected to be. And, Walter, we're also told in Michigan that the voter turnout in Negro districts seemed to be a bit below what it was in 1964.
Negro registration was down in some of the major cities of the United States also. In Kentucky, we have our first CBS News estimate of a winner. In the state of Kentucky, CBS News estimates that Richard Nixon will win that state, and when all the votes have been counted, he will have 43% of the vote, Humphrey 39% of the vote, and Wallace 18% of the vote. That was a state that Wallace had hoped to win if he were going to take border states and move his influence beyond the Deep South. It was believed that it was between Nixon and Wallace there, and Nixon is a handy winner over Wallace in Kentucky. Humphrey coming in second instead of third, as some people had thought he might in Kentucky. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. And now, with 2% of the nation's precincts reported, Richard Nixon is still holding at 44% of the early returns, Humphrey 36%, Wallace 20%. Nixon just changing before our eyes, 379,000 about. Humphrey 312,000, Wallace some 171,000. Eric, how does this comparatively low Wallace vote strike you, at least in Kentucky? Nationally, the percentage is holding up about what had been predicted, maybe a little higher, but in Kentucky it was much lower.
I think the Kentucky thing would be more indicative of what will happen in the end, and you take that vote combined with those signs our reporters are picking up outside the polling places in North Carolina. If these numerical entities hold up through the evening, then this is the first real evidence that would incline one to think that perhaps this is not going to be a hung jury, this electorate, and this would probably not go into the House of Representatives. So it's, of course, too early to be sure. It would also suggest, if it holds up in this direction, that the Wallace third party would probably run below the other two big third parties of this century, La Follette in 24 and Teddy Roosevelt in 1912. Wallace, of course, having the first right-wing big third party. And one would be inclined to think, on the basis of these very fragmentary returns, of course, that perhaps Mr. Nixon's border and so-called New South strategy may pay off reasonably well for him, the strategy that resulted in the selection of Mr. Agnew and so on. This all could change, but that looks like the very early trend anyway.
Roger, what's the latest in the South?
Well, the latest is that Kentucky call, Walter, and it's, as Eric has said, you've mentioned, I've mentioned, that the significance of Kentucky for Richard Nixon and for George Wallace really cannot be overestimated. And apparently the clue to Nixon's victory in Kentucky was a very strong Republican state administration in Frankfort, headed by Governor Louis Nunn. And if you're familiar with Kentucky politics, you know that the governor of that state also controls the State Roads Commission, and in about 12 districts in the state, he's got political appointees, and each political appointee has about 800 men who work for him to police roads, and those men serve as Richard Nixon's bush beaters and drum beaters, and the vote that was turned out all through Kentucky today has given Nixon a leg up on this presidential race. We reported earlier that even among blue-collar and low-income voters in Kentucky, Wallace did very badly, less than 20% of the vote. And Nixon held his own in what normally is regarded as strong Democratic areas. We can take a look at the Alabama board, which of course is George Wallace's visible empire. It's where he began, in the wiregrass country in southeast Alabama. 1% of the vote in, 6,000 for Wallace, 1,200 for Humphrey. No surprise there. In Georgia, with not much on the popular vote, our model precincts in Georgia indicate that Wallace is running a very good race in Georgia. Among high Democratic voters, for instance, people who normally vote the National Democratic ticket, George Wallace is picking up about 61% of that vote. In Atlanta, Hubert Humphrey, according to our model precincts, is doing well, holding off both Nixon and Wallace, 52%, 38% for Nixon, 10% for Wallace. But among other large cities in Georgia, for instance, Alabama, Albany, Augusta, Macon, and Savannah, George Wallace and Richard Nixon are breaking about even, with Hubert Humphrey running a very poor third in Georgia's smaller cities. Among blue-collar workers, George Wallace in Georgia, 56%, Nixon 23%, Humphrey 21%. And among Georgia Negroes, 97% of our sample precincts show the Negro neighborhoods going for Humphrey, 1% for Nixon, 1% for Wallace. And finally, in Tennessee, with about 25% of the popular vote in, Nixon is still maintaining a good lead over George Wallace and Hubert Humphrey. As those polls close, the votes will come in moving from west to east, rather from east to west, and that means that the Wallace vote will begin to show up as the evening progresses. Right now, Nixon is in the lead, but that is at this time too close to call. Walter?
Let's remind everyone that by means of an early analysis of the vote, we will be, through the night, making estimates of the outcome of the various races. And some of those estimates will come while the polls in certain parts of the country are still open. But this does not mean that the votes in those areas where the polls are still open are at all unimportant. In fact, in some situations, they could still be crucial to the national outcome and certainly will be to the state votes. All the propositions that are on state ballots, as well as the state legislatures, 43 of the states are voting for those, and senators and congressmen, of course. So far, just 8 states have closed their polling places. 42 states are still open. Another state closes in 10 minutes. That is West Virginia. Then we will have, and do have now, actually, some 20% of the electoral vote accounted for by states that are closed, 109 electoral votes. But a lot more still to come, and those polling places are still open around the country. Still plenty of time to vote. Speaking of the election tonight, of course, this is an election night of a comeback in a sense. It is hoped by Richard Nixon's partisans that he will come back from his defeat in the presidential election of '60 and the gubernatorial election in California in '62. Out in Arizona, Barry Goldwater is trying to come back tonight to go back to the Senate after his unsuccessful Republican run for the presidency in '64. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
News coverage of Election Night 68 continues. Reporting from Election Headquarters, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
With little more than 2% of the nation's precincts counted now in the popular vote, Richard Nixon is still leading with 43% of the vote, Humphrey 35% of the vote, and Wallace 21% of the vote. That's a very tiny sample of the nation's voting, of course, and most of the polls are still open in the United States. Here at CBS News, we estimate now on the basis of our sample precincts in the state of Kentucky that state will be won by Richard Nixon, and now we can estimate that in Alabama, as expected, George Wallace will win that state. He will get no less than 62% and perhaps as high as 70% of the vote in his native state, as expected. That puts Wallace in these early hours of what may be a very long night into an early lead for the electoral vote, and of course that's the name of the game. Wallace has his 10 electoral votes now, according to our CBS News estimate, from Alabama. Nixon has his 9 electoral votes from Kentucky. Nixon also is leading, according to our CBS News estimate, for the 14 electoral votes of Florida, and Wallace is leading for the 12 electoral votes of Georgia. Now, it takes 270 electoral votes to win. Of course, when the Electoral College meets, the electors each in their separate state capitals on December the 16th. 270 electoral votes being a clear majority of the total. The number of electors in each state, as you know, being the total of the members of the House of Representatives and of the Senate from that state. If no candidate gets a clear majority of the 270 on December 16th, then the matter goes to the House of Representatives, the new House, when it meets on next January 3rd. Actually, it'll get to counting the electoral vote on January the 6th. And at that point, each state's delegation will have 1 vote for the presidency. Eric Severide now for a look at the returns and the historic implications, such as perhaps you can read them at 7:30 in the evening, Eric, along with one of our favorite analysts of election returns and the making of presidents.
Thank you, Walter. My old sidekick, Theodore White, is here with me again, as he was in the conventions this summer. The author of The Making of the President, the last, 2 elections? This is the 3rd book?
3rd one out.
You going to get a real book out of this one?
I don't know yet. It's half an hour too early to tell.
You know that part. We were just talking about what meaning there may be in these returns. Alabama, of course, called for Wallace, but Kentucky for Nixon. And I'm talking about the size of the Wallace vote in Kentucky, which is a kind of a critical state here. Do you read it the same way I do, that this has great implications about Nixon's strategy?
Yes, I do. An essential part of Nixon's strategy was what he called the peripheral strategy, to pick up the border states of the South, Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, Florida. It was for this reason he went to a border state itself, Maryland, for Agnew as vice president. And there seems to be the first fragile indication that this part of Nixon's plan is working, that he will carry on these returns those 4 border states and possibly North Carolina also. We've yet to see Humphrey's troops show up.
Well, in other words, then, you think what Nixon did at the convention, which became so contentious, especially his choice of a vice presidential candidate, may yet pay out for him?
It may. It's too early to say yet. It may work out just as Kennedy's choice of Johnson paid off.
Would you guess from these figures in Kentucky that Wallace will not equal in vote what third parties, the big third parties in this century have done before? That's the problem.
No, I'd say the whole Wallace thing is crumbling right now. There's this terminal terror on the part of the American voter of throwing away his vote in the ballot box. And if it works this way up north, we're going to see a long, long night as it works for Humphrey in the north as it is for Nixon in the south.
You know, I was just reading a quotation from one of the best political scientists in this country, Professor Rossiter, about third parties. Said they have a place in our tradition, but it's a special one. They serve as an outlet for dissent and symbols of our vaunted tolerance. But they forget their place and invite our righteous intolerance when they thrust themselves forcefully into the struggle for power. Maybe we're seeing that again. Do you think
and
so?
we'll see more of it the next 4 years. There are all sorts of alien shapes floating around in our politics right now.
But you're not willing to say yet that we have basically moved from a 2-party to a 3-party country.
Every indication tonight indicates no. We're staying with it.
More things change, the more they are the same now.
That's right. Well, I kind of like it that way, Eric, myself.
Oh, we're getting older. Thank you, Walter.
We have a surprise from Indiana with some of our sample precincts in. CBS News estimates now that Hubert Humphrey is leading for that solidly Republican state of Indiana, with perhaps getting 51% of the vote, Nixon 40% and Wallace 9% in Indiana, a state where Wallace did well in his 1964 bid in the primaries. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. In the popular vote, with very few of the nation's precincts counted, most of the polling places still open, Richard Nixon is still holding at 43 and Humphrey 35, but Wallace has come up 1 percentage point to 22 percentage points now. We have that interesting race in Indiana. Let's hear more about it, Dan Rather.
Well, Walter, generally, it's shaping up as possibly a tight night in the Midwest. We're now getting substantial CBS News indicator precincts in both Ohio and Indiana, and a few in Illinois. And we're still unable to spot any trend in Indiana or Ohio, and no trend in Illinois. Let's take them from the top. In Indiana, where we're just getting the very first of the so-called raw vote, the actual vote tabulated in Indiana shows Richard Nixon leading, Hubert Humphrey second, George Wallace running third. Now, our CBS sample precincts in Indiana, we have a substantial number of those in now, and it indicates, with 31% of our sample precincts in Indiana, that Hubert Humphrey may be leading Richard Nixon in Indiana. This is a shocking surprise if it turns out this way, with George Wallace running third. And Wallace in Indiana, on the basis of our sample precincts, is not doing nearly as well as had been forecast for him. And if Hubert Humphrey runs that well in Indiana, it will be that he has taken votes from George Wallace and also gotten out the Democratic vote in Indiana. Now, if that holds, if our CBS sample precincts at this early stage turn out to be correct, and keep in mind we have only 31% of them in Indiana, Richard Nixon may be in real trouble in the Midwest. Now, you put that together with what we're getting from Illinois. In the actual vote tabulations in Illinois, the polls have been closed less than 40 minutes there. No figures available yet in the actual vote tabulation. But with some of our CBS News sample precincts in from the state of Illinois in the presidential race, indicating that it's going to be close between the Democrats and Republicans in the state of Illinois. Now, Illinois, as was the case in Indiana, was a state that before the polls closed was put by the Nixon people, and for that matter by the Humphrey people, as probably in the safe column for Richard Nixon. Now again, we have a substantial number, not nearly all of our sample precincts in, but on the basis of what we do have in, it indicates that the race for the presidency and the 26 electoral votes in Illinois may indeed turn out to be very close. And we'll be coming back to all of those for you, of course. In Ohio, some of the vote tabulation in there now, with about 3% of the actual vote tabulated in Ohio, Richard Nixon running ahead of Hubert Humphrey, George Wallace running third. Now, our CBS News estimate in the state of Ohio, and we have actually more of our sample precincts in from Ohio than any other state in the Midwest, and it indicates that it's simply so close that we can't spot a trend as yet. Now, jumping back to Indiana for just a moment, because there's an interesting senatorial race there, the actual vote tabulated in the state of Indiana shows the incumbent Democrat, Birch Bayh, he's the friend of the Kennedys, running ahead of the Republican William Ruckelshaus, and the CBS News sample precincts. Our sample precincts, the ones we have in, would indicate that is going to be the case, that Bayh seems to be running much stronger than Hubert Humphrey in Indiana, and on the basis of the early returns in our own sample precincts, may win that race over Republican Ruckelshaus. But, Walter, the big story in the Midwest at the moment is that while Richard Nixon, on the basis of early returns in our sample precincts, seems to be doing very well in the border states over in Roger Mudd's area, that in the Midwest there are some fragile indications that Nixon, there may be some hairline cracks in his support in the Midwest.
That was supposed to be solid Nixon country.
You bet.
And, Roger, I think you've got an interesting call from Florida for us.
Yes, sir, Walter. The CBS News estimates now show that Richard Nixon will carry the state of Florida. And you can see on the little map behind me that Florida and Kentucky are now forming up to box George Wallace into the Deep South. Our CBS News estimate shows that when the full votes are cast and counted in Florida, Nixon will carry the state of Florida 43% to Hubert Humphrey's 32%, George Wallace 25%. Florida always was considered by the Wallace campaign staff one of their best states. It didn't prove to be that way this evening. A quick look at the Florida popular vote shows with 4% of the vote in, Nixon 29,000, Humphrey 25,000, Wallace 22,000. Our CBS News estimate model precincts indicate that Wallace made his best showing in the northern panhandle part of Florida, 51% of the vote there. But in the Gold Coast, Broward County, and Miami, and Tampa, and Palm Beach, rather, Nixon 54% and 51%. In the Florida Senate race, two competitors for the retiring seat of George Smathers, Ed Gurney, Congressman Ed Gurney, now leading the former governor of Florida, Leroy Collins, by about 5,000 votes. In the North Carolina presidential race, with 2% of the vote in, really that's a three-way toss-up. Nixon and Wallace running at about 8,000, Humphrey with 6,000. In the Tennessee presidential race, 32% of the vote in. Nixon in Tennessee maintaining his lead over George Wallace, now running second. And finally in Alabama, which has been estimated to go for George Wallace, Wallace 31,000, Humphrey 13,000, Nixon 11,000. So summing up, Walter, with 3 states in the South now estimated an eventual winner, Nixon has taken 2 of them, Kentucky and Florida, and Wallace is holding his home ground of Alabama.
And those all-important electoral votes, that gives, according to our CBS News estimate, Nixon 23 and Wallace 10 electoral votes so far in this very early count, but with 3 states probably in the won and lost columns for these various candidates. We do have an estimate on the basis of our early sample precincts in also that Humphrey is receiving about 71% of the votes in the highly Democratic areas, but Nixon is drawing only 61% of the vote in the highly Republican areas. In those highly Democratic areas where Humphrey's drawing 71, Nixon's getting 19, and Wallace only 10. It had been believed that Wallace would make deeper inroads than that on Humphrey in the heavy Democratic areas, particularly in those laboring districts. In the Republican, high Republican areas, Humphrey, however, is getting 21% of the vote, and Wallace is getting 18% of the vote. Now, these are only on a few sample returns in so far of our sample precincts, but they would indicate at the moment that Wallace perhaps is hurting Nixon more than he is hurting Humphrey tonight. And still, Wallace in the national returns, as you see here, with 3% of the vote counted so far, has 22% of the vote. He's been holding on to that margin here for the last half hour or so. These percentages have not changed. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. In our popular vote, with 3% of the vote in, Humphrey a little over 500,000 votes for 35% of the national vote. Nixon's 43% with 634,000, and Wallace 22%, 327,000. That's only comparatively few of the nation's precincts. Most of the polls are still open, although many will be closing in another 15 minutes. By 8 o'clock Eastern Time, almost half of the nation's states will have closed their polls. We now have Richard Nixon, the Republican candidate. According to our CBS News estimate, the likely winner in Kentucky and in Florida for 23 electoral votes. Wallace, the likely winner in Alabama for 10 electoral votes. We have Wallace now with a fairly substantial lead in Mississippi, and Hubert Humphrey with a fairly substantial lead, according to our CBS News estimate, in Vermont. John Hart is at Nixon's headquarters here in New York, in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, for a report on Mr. Nixon's day. John?
Well, Walter, we have two sources for this report. The first one from Ron Ziegler, who is Mr. Nixon's traveling press secretary, and we'll give him equal time with the press reporter who was aboard that airplane, the only one allowed. Mr. Ziegler reports it was a relaxed flight, airplane decorated with streamers and papier-mâché elephants. The staff was allowed their wives and some of their family aboard. Mr. Nixon came back from his curtained cubicle in front of the airplane to greet everyone. Now we switch to the report from Tony Day of the Philadelphia Bulletin, who said that when Nixon came back, he was pale and subdued. The staff got to eat champagne and veal scallopini and swap campaign stories, while Mr. Nixon spent most of his day talking and making telephone calls with his staff up in the front. Mr. Nixon had ground sirloin, milk, coffee, potatoes, and Dubonnet. He also gave his wife, Pat, a pin and earrings. He called his family up front for a brief visit. Mr. Ziegler reports that Richard Nixon will not hold a news conference this evening, whatever the outcome, nor tomorrow, whatever the outcome. Walter?
Well, it's going to be awfully hard, I should think, John, for him to resist having a news conference if he wins, but this gives him a position behind which he can retreat if he doesn't win, I suppose. On the other hand, Edwin Muskie, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, has announced that around 9 o'clock he'll appear at his headquarters in Waterville, Maine, and we do not know what Hubert Humphrey's specific plans are for an appearance there. Lyndon Johnson, as you know, is apparently not going to appear at all tonight at the ranch, as we heard earlier from Bob Pierpoint. Well, an interesting little story here out of Doylestown, Pennsylvania, which might be called a sidebar of this election. It turns out that if you wanted to vote for George Wallace in Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and perhaps some did in Bucks County, you pulled the lever for the American Independent Party, but your vote registered for Negro comedian Dick Gregory. That's the claim, anyway, of a Wallace campaign worker in that Northampton Township area. He said that some machines reportedly listed the former Alabama governor as the Peace and Freedom Party candidate. He should live so long, while Gregory was on the American Independent Party ballot, and he should live so long. This sort of thing, of course, comes from all over the United States on an election night. In Shreveport, Louisiana, for instance, 6 voting machines there listed 2 slates of Democratic electors and none for the Republicans. In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, they had 50 constitutional amendments in their county and local government, taking 2 minutes for each person in the voting booth. Freeburg, Illinois, the generating station that generated the power for the voting machines went out. In Albany, New York, the Nixon lever wasn't working on the machine at all. In Philadelphia, Senator Joe Clark showed up at the wrong voting place. He said, "I guess I'm just the absent-minded professor." Let's take a look now at the key Senate races. 34 senators are up this year, and the balance between the Democrats and the Republicans of seats up is such that it's highly unlikely that the Republicans could win control of the Senate, virtually impossible as a matter of fact, but there are some key races that the nation will be watching. And let's take a look at those now, starting first with Mike Wallace in the East.
And let's start first with Senator Abraham Ribicoff against Edwin May, Walter, in the state of Connecticut. Incidentally, the Connecticut polls don't close for another 10 minutes. They used to close at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but they didn't like their returns being projected across the country and people making up their minds how to vote on the basis of the way the Connecticut returns went. So they moved their poll ending time to 8 o'clock. In any case, Abe Ribicoff has come, I suppose you might say, from slightly behind to well ahead. He's expected to be returned to the Senate from the state of Connecticut. In New York, there is a three-way race. Paul O'Dwyer, the incumbent Senator Jacob Javits, and James Buckley. James Buckley is the brother of William Buckley, publisher, editor of the National Review magazine, conservative candidate. Jacob Javits, the veteran Republican senator. And Paul O'Dwyer is a kind of maverick Democrat. He was one of the two senators in the country, senatorial candidates in the country, that is, who, on the Democratic side, who was reluctant to declare his support for Hubert Humphrey and didn't indeed declare his support for Humphrey until just this last week. It's expected that Jacob Javits will be returned comfortably, probably by a 2-to-1 majority over both his opponents. In the state of Pennsylvania, there's a very tough race. Senator Joseph Clark, veteran Democratic senator, against Richard Schweiker, a Republican congressman, and Frank Gaydosh of the Conservative Party. And that one is going to go right down to the wire, we understand. Senator Clark is in a very tight race against Schweiker, who is not particularly well known, really, across the state, but Clark has had trouble with the Italian vote, which is a very heavy vote in the state of Pennsylvania. And it's conceivable that unless the Negro vote comes out heavily in Philadelphia, that could give him trouble, too. And finally, one senator in the East elected, George Aiken of Vermont, unopposed. And incidentally, his campaign expenditures, Walter, I believe, are the smallest in the nation. He spent $18.09 in his primary campaign. And, of course, he hasn't had to spend a penny because he is unopposed in the actual campaign.
Makes it awfully hard to pad the expense account when you don't have an opponent, doesn't it? This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
Reporting from election headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
Hello there again. And with 3% now of the national popular vote in, or it's just gone to 4% of the nation's precincts in, that's a very small sample so far, but the figures are holding about the same as they have been all evening, with George Wallace, however, coming up just a little. Nixon has 42% of the vote, some 900,000 votes. Humphrey, 34% of the vote, with some 721,000. And Wallace, 23% with the 494,000 votes. We have been able, on the basis of our sample precincts here at CBS News, to estimate that Nixon will win Kentucky and Florida for a total of 23 electoral votes of the 270 he will need. Wallace will win Alabama, his home state, as expected, with 10 electoral votes of the 270 he will need. Nixon has won no states, according to our CBS News estimate, as of now. At this hour, at 8 o'clock, the polls are closing in 16 more states. They'd already closed in 9 states. With these 16, the polls will have closed in half of the states across the nation, states that have a total of 57% of the electoral vote, or 307 electoral votes. Of course, if one candidate or another got all of those first states that closed, he'd already be above the 270 needs, but it's not likely to work that way, as we already know. Perhaps I said something wrong here. I'm getting a note that says Humphrey, that is, has won no states. I thought that's what I said. Perhaps I said something else. At any rate, half of these states have now closed their polls. Those are the states in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Indiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Texas. We have also had a scattering of returns, of course, on important senatorial races around the country. Just before we left you in the last half hour, Mike Wallace told us about some of the important races we can look forward to in the East, although there are no returns in yet on those. But there are returns in from the South and from the Middle West. And let's hear now from the South and Roger Mudd.
The race in Kentucky for Thurston Morton's seat is still a tight one tonight, although the Republican candidate, Marlowe Cook, has about a 20,000 vote lead. The race there is between Marlowe Cook, the Jefferson County judge, and Miss Catherine Peden of Hopkinsville, a radio station executive. 84% of the popular vote in. Judge Cook, 401,000, or almost 402. Miss Peden, 381,000. In Alabama, the race for Lister Hill's seat, Jim Allen, who was lieutenant governor under George Wallace, with 11% of the vote in, is out to obviously an early and sizable lead. His Republican opponent, Perry Hooper, is a probate judge in Montgomery, trailing badly, and Robert Schwen, the independent. And finally, in Florida, for the seat of retiring George Smathers, Republican Congressman Ed Gurney of Winter Park, leading the former governor of Florida, Leroy Collins, by about 10,000 votes. The indications are that former Governor Collins will have a tough time beating Gurney. He served as Lyndon Johnson's racial troubleshooter for about a year. Apparently in Florida has never been able to live down that brief experience. Walter?
Let's hear from some of the Senate races in the Middle West now. The Middle West man, Dan Rather.
Well, Walter, in Ohio, more than half of our CBS model precincts are in, and that Gilligan-Saxby race for the Senate remains a squeaker. First, let's take a look at the actual tabulated vote. We have about 7% of the vote counted in Ohio in the race between the Republican William Saxby, a strong Nixon supporter, but who differed with the vice president somewhat on Mr. Nixon's views on the war. Saxby, the Republican, against John Gilligan, the rebel Democrat and one-time supporter of Senator Eugene McCarthy, who continued his dovish stand on the war throughout the race. In the actual vote tabulated, 7% of the vote counted. Saxby leads Gilligan. It looks close, as it was expected to be. On the basis of our CBS News estimates, with a rather substantial number of our sample precincts in, but not anywhere close to a fourth or even a half of them, the indication is that that race is going to be very close. It may be late in the night before we know the winner between Gilligan and Saxby in Ohio for the seat now held by the veteran Democratic Senator Frank Lausche, who was knocked off in the primary by Gilligan. In Indiana, one of the more prominent Senate races in the country, the actual vote tabulation in Indiana, only 8% of the vote in. William Ruckelshaus, the 35-year-old young phenom of the Republican Party in Indiana, leading freshman Democrat Senator Birch Bayh, about whom President Johnson once said that he is a possible future presidential contender, by trailing in that race in the actual vote tabulation, but I would remind you that only 8% of the vote is in. Our CBS News sample precincts in Indiana indicate no trend as yet between Bayh and Ruckelshaus. That, again, is a Senate race that could be close, and if it is, it would be surprisingly so, in that Bayh was a heavy favorite in that Indiana Senate race. In Kansas, only 3% of the actual vote counted in Kansas. Some of the polls closed early there. Bob Dole, the veteran conservative Republican congressman, with an early lead over William Robinson, the Wichita attorney. That is for the seat formerly held by Frank Carlson, who was retiring. The general outlook in the Midwest, Walter, is the Gilligan-Saxby race in Ohio very close. The Indiana race between Bayh and Ruckelshaus also close. In Kansas, it looks like Bob Dole may be the winner there.
Joe Benty, I know you don't have any returns in from the West. All of your states are still open. Voting is still going on, but what are some of the important Senate races you're going to be looking for tonight?
Well, Walter, we have some doves who are putting their political careers at stake tonight. And we also have a very interesting race in California where a strong personality is running. Max Rafferty, the state superintendent of public instruction, who became a nationwide personality after he made a very strong speech some 7 years ago, is running against Alan Cranston for the seat in which Tom Kuechel, the Republican whip in the Senate, was defeated in the primary by Rafferty. And Cranston has been given the edge in that seat. Rafferty usually finishes his election campaigns very hard, so you can expect a late surge, but probably not enough to defeat Cranston. In the state of Oregon, perhaps the best-known Senate dove, Wayne Morse, is up against some of the toughest opposition he's ever had. Wayne Morse is going for a fifth term, and Robert Packwood is his opponent. He's 36 years old. He's a state legislator and young, moderate. He says his political mentor is Mark Hatfield, the other senator from the state of Oregon. In Idaho, the other dove, Frank Church, is running a hard campaign against George Hansen in a very Republican conservative state, but Church is considered to have the edge. Hansen, a very strong conservative, a hawk on Vietnam. And one final race of interest in Alaska, Ernest Greening, part of the tandem with Wayne Morse, one of the two senators who voted against the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, is running as a write-in candidate. He's not expected to win. Mike Gravel, the Democrat, running against Elmer Rasmussen, the former mayor of Anchorage, and that race is expected to go to Rasmussen, Greening probably ending a 30-year political career in Alaska. Those are the races to watch in the West, Walter.
Incidentally, of course, two senators were elected because they had no opposition, one on either side of the aisle. Louisiana Democrat Russell Long and Vermont's Republican George Aiken were unopposed. 47 incumbent congressmen of the 435 also have nothing to worry about in watching tonight's polls because they had no opposition, but make that 46 because in Brazil, Indiana today, one of the unopposed candidates, David Anderson, an unopposed Democratic nominee. Oh, no, he's not running in the House of Representatives. I didn't mean to suggest that. It is 47 incumbent congressmen. David Anderson, unopposed Democratic nominee for Clay County Treasurer in Brazil, Indiana, who was unopposed, had nothing to worry about, died this morning just 30 minutes before the polls opened. Now the Brazil, Indiana election officials face a problem. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. With 4% of the nation's precincts counted, Richard Nixon has now a 42% lead, 1 percentage point lower than he had just a moment ago. Humphrey has 34%, and Wallace is holding at 23%. In the Electoral College, where it really counts, where we elect our president, we at CBS News estimate that Nixon will win Kentucky and Florida with 23 electoral votes. Wallace will win Alabama with 10 electoral votes. Wallace leads for 13 other Nixon leads for 13 other electoral votes, as you see there. We're getting some returns from our sample precincts in cities that have had racial trouble over the last couple of years, areas where it was expected there might be a heavy Wallace vote, a backlash vote. These early figures show, however, that Humphrey is getting 52% of the vote there, followed by Nixon with 34% and a surprisingly small 13% for George Wallace. This is based on just a few of those sample precincts in the riot areas. Early reports also indicate a heavy vote in a number of ghetto areas where it was thought that the Negroes might not vote in large numbers. And about 1/5 of our sample precincts are in from those Negro ghetto areas. As expected, Vice President Humphrey is doing extremely well, drawing about 86% of the vote. The important thing there is, of course, the size of the vote. If it is large, it will help Humphrey considerably. Nixon is getting about 10% of that ghetto vote. Wallace, as you might expect, getting 1%, around 3% of the vote, that is. And now CBS News estimates that when all of the votes are in from the state of North Carolina, Richard Nixon will win North Carolina with 43% of the vote. Humphrey will get 31% of the vote, and Wallace 26% of the vote. Here again, Wallace has not done as well as expected. He is expected to have a nip-and-tuck battle with Nixon in Kentucky and also in North Carolina. And a consensus of various polls gave Wallace the state of North Carolina in a very close race with Nixon, but instead he came in third in both Kentucky and North Carolina. Nixon winning both of those states, Kentucky and North Carolina. So now Nixon gets an additional 13 electoral votes, and it brings his total of electoral votes to something like 36. Let's see what's going on down at the Wallace headquarters in Montgomery, Alabama. Our CBS News correspondent Charles Carroll is there. Charles?
Walter, when George Wallace hires a hall in his home country, he really hires a hall. This Coliseum will seat about 8,000, and some 5,000 or 6,000 other people can squeeze into it. But the remarkable thing is that most of these seats are empty at this rather late hour of the night. Nelson Benton, who's covered Wallace through this long campaign, says it's the smallest Wallace crowd he's seen. But this is the cheering section of the faithful, the people who have worked so hard for George Wallace and who are cheering tonight at every little thing they can find to cheer for. There's no big display board up here, and there's really very little way for the people in the stands to know how the election is going. But to give you an idea of the faith that the people who have worked for him have in this man. Let me just talk to some of the people on the front row. How long have you worked for George Wallace?
Well, somewhere around 12, 14 months in my spare time. Every minute I could spare away from my regular job.
Do you think he has a chance to win?
I do.
He's not doing very well so far, apparently.
Well, that's all right. Just because we got a new baby, a baby's not born a man, don't mean he won't one day be a man.
You still have hope for tonight?
I have hope for tonight and our new party for the future. That's what I want, our new party.
Can George Wallace still become president?
I firmly believe so, Charles. I really do.
What about you? Do you also have this faith?
We are very optimistic.
Well, what do you have to be optimistic about? It appears that he's lost now in Kentucky and North Carolina and in Florida as well. Aren't those states you would hope to carry?
Well, the returns are still young, and we feel that he is a very capable person and is just exactly what we need to carry the country through.
Have you worked for him very hard?
As hard as I could.
Have you put in some hours for George Wallace?
I certainly have. They were all spent happy. I'm proud to say that I was with him 12 months ago today I started.
It looks as though he's not going to become president tonight.
Well, we don't give up too easy. There's some more time to come yet. We ain't gonna give up. We'll be looking at you 4 years from now. We're gonna follow him right on.
That gives you an idea, Walter, of how these people in Montgomery feel about their man.
Roger Mudd, I gather that we've got an indication of a winner in Florida senatorial race.
Yes, Walter, on the basis of our CBS News estimate, the new congressman from Florida is, the new senator from Florida will be a Republican. That makes the GOP a pickup of one. Ed Gurney from Winter Park, according to our CBS News estimate, will win that contest 56% to Leroy Collins' 44%. Governor Collins, trying to make a comeback in Florida after an absence of about 6 years, just didn't do it tonight. Incidentally, to explain further our estimate in North Carolina in the presidential race, our estimate there, Nixon 43%, Humphrey 31%, Wallace 26%. Our model precincts indicate that in eastern North Carolina, which is considered the heart of the George Wallace country, Wallace ran a poor second. Humphrey, 48%, Wallace, 35%, Nixon, 18%. Richard Nixon did well all through the Piedmont area and the Triangle, the Crescent, as they call it in North Carolina. And he broke even with Hubert Humphrey in the Raleigh-Durham area, but he carried the Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem area, 50 for Nixon, 31 for Wallace, and 19 for Humphrey. We can take now a quick sweep of our presidential boards, first in Virginia. 8% of the popular vote is in Virginia. Nixon leading there, 34,000, 24,000 Humphrey, Wallace, 26,000. In South Carolina, 5% of the vote in, Wallace out to an early lead there. In Mississippi, 4% of the vote in, no surprise, Wallace out to an early lead. In Kentucky, which already we estimate has gone for Richard Nixon, there are the figures in Kentucky. In Florida, which we estimate will go also for Richard Nixon, there are the popular vote figures there. And in Alabama, which is gone for George Wallace, there are the popular vote figures there. And just a quick look at the electoral recap board for the South. Richard Nixon has won in the South 36 electoral votes. He's leading with 45 for a possible total of 81. George Wallace has won 10 electoral votes. He's leading for 12 others, a possible total of 22. Hubert Humphrey not yet has broken into the electoral column. Walter?
CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. My electoral board isn't up. And now, Dan Rather, I see we've got an interesting situation in Indiana. Let's have a report.
In Indiana, our CBS News estimates show that Richard Nixon is very probably will carry Indiana by roughly 54% to 36%. We're not ready to call Indiana for Richard Nixon as yet, but we do have a substantial number of our sample precincts in Indiana, and the indication from our sample precincts is that Richard Nixon very likely will carry Indiana. We'll come back to that a bit later and perhaps have a call in that state. Now, the actual vote tabulations in the state of Indiana, let's take a look at the board. With 11% of the actual vote in, those are the figures. Keep in mind, only 11% of the actual vote in, and that our CBS News estimate is that that will hold, and that Richard Nixon may very well indeed carry Indiana. Moving on to Illinois, we're beginning to get some of the actual vote totals in from Illinois, not many. Illinois with 26 electoral votes at stake. There are the actual votes tabulated. The polls closed just over an hour ago in Illinois, not many votes counted. But our CBS News estimate in the state of Illinois shows that that race may be a bit close there, closer at least than the Republicans had hoped in Illinois. While we have some of our sample precincts in, it's just too early to have any trend in Illinois. In the Illinois senatorial race, no raw vote figures in yet. That's the race between the veteran Everett Dirksen and William Clark, the hand-picked candidate of Chicago Mayor Richard Daley, who later broke with Daley and President Johnson over the Vietnam War. While we have no actual vote tabulation in that race, our sample precincts would indicate that Senator Dirksen may be in for a little closer race than the Republicans had expected. It was expected that Dirksen would run away from that race, and our indication is that while Dirksen may win it, it should be fairly close. Walter?
Now in popular vote, with 5% of the vote in of the nation's precincts, Richard Nixon is holding at 42%, Humphrey at 36%, and Wallace at 22%. That's been steady for the last half hour, 45 minutes. We now have Mr. Humphrey leading, according to our CBS News estimates, in Illinois and in Connecticut, as well as those are the two states in which we have Humphrey leading at this moment. Checking my readout screens here, that seems to be the situation. In Indiana, we have Nixon leading, as Dan Rather reported to you just a few moments ago. Dan?
I believe that in the state of Indiana that we're very near calling that for Richard Nixon. My screen shows an asterisk beside Indiana and shows we're calling that in the winner column, the CBS News estimate.
I just got a confirmation of that, Dan. You're absolutely right. The CBS News estimates that Nixon will win Indiana, and that when all the vote is in, he'll have 50% of the vote there, Humphrey 38%, and Wallace 12% in Indiana. In the popular vote, it is still Nixon 42%, Humphrey 36%, and Wallace 22%, with 5% of the nation's precincts counted. That's been holding very steady for the last hour. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters. From 42 to 41%, with 1.5 million votes almost. Humphrey has 36% of the vote, 1,286,000, and Wallace 23% of the vote, 817,000. CBS News estimates that in Connecticut, important state of Connecticut, Hubert Humphrey, when all the votes have been counted, will win with 50% of the vote. Richard Nixon will get 43% and Wallace 7% in Connecticut. Connecticut will be in Humphrey's column. In West Virginia, also, CBS News estimates that Humphrey will win there with 56% of the vote, Nixon 37%, and Wallace 7% of the vote. Mike Wallace?
In Connecticut, Walter, Hubert Humphrey has done a good deal better than expected for those 8 electoral votes in that state. He won in every area but normally high Republican areas, and in some of the rural and small town areas of Connecticut. Going into today's election, the state was considered a toss-up, but Humphrey, according to the CBS News estimate, as you said, gets 50%, Nixon 43%, Wallace just 7%. And that is somewhat less than the Wallace people had hoped for in the state of Connecticut. And there's an interesting note in Connecticut. The vice president carried more than 3/4 of the Negro ghetto areas, but he also carried more than half of the expected backlash vote in the state of Connecticut. In West Virginia, on the basis of about a half of our sample precincts now, Humphrey the winner, Humphrey receiving 56% of the vote, Nixon 37%, Wallace just 8% for the time being. Anyway, in West Virginia, I say only 8%. Wallace is not making the inroads that he would need among blue-collar and low-income voters, or that he had expected, in order to get the 18% of the total that some observers had predicted ahead of time that Wallace would get. In New Jersey, with half of our sample precincts in, and that's a big state for both candidates, Nixon and Humphrey. As you can see, according to the tabulated vote, with just 3% in, Humphrey and Nixon are just about tied and Wallace well down. But with half of our sample precincts in, it remains too close to call. This is a state that Nixon had counted on, but Humphrey is running very well in Newark and other large cities, doing extremely well in the Negro ghetto areas. Evidently, they have been successful up to now in getting out the Negro ghetto vote. Wallace's biggest strength so far is in the backlash areas of Newark and Jersey City. In the state of Vermont, Richard Nixon leading.
Where Wallace was supposed to do particularly well, I mean, not just in the East, across the entire country, show that Wallace is not doing as well as expected. He's getting about 11% of the vote in those blue-collar workers areas. Humphrey is actually getting 48%. Nixon is getting 41%. Perhaps a little better than the Republican candidate would normally do in the blue-collar areas, but at least, according to this, Wallace is not doing as well as he expected, and Humphrey apparently is not doing as well as the Democratic candidate normally would do in those areas. We have 6% of the national popular vote in now, with 41% for Nixon, 23% for Wallace, and 36% for Humphrey. 5% split there between Nixon and Humphrey. Wallace running at 23% with this small total of votes in from the country as a whole, and many precincts still open. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. In the electoral vote, where it counts, it takes 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. You know that popular vote only determines where the electoral votes go state by state. CBS News has estimated now that Nixon will win Kentucky, Florida, North Carolina, and Indiana for a total of 49 electoral votes. Humphrey will win Connecticut and West Virginia for a total of 15. Wallace will win Alabama for a total of 10. And now CBS News says that in Kansas, according to our sample precincts in, Nixon should win that heavily Republican state with 57% of the vote, Humphrey 35%, and Wallace 8% in Kansas. That adds to the Nixon total some 7 electoral votes for Kansas, which would bring him to a total of 56 electoral votes on our board. Nixon is also leading in Missouri, Vermont, Tennessee, Texas. Humphrey's leading in Illinois, Michigan, Massachusetts. Dan Rather, can you give us a report from the Middle West? Perhaps some of your Senate races have some importance for us now.
Right, Walter, we'll get to those Senate races in a moment, but things are breaking so quickly on the presidential race in the Midwest that I think we'd better go with that first. Kansas, as you pointed out, CBS News now estimates that Richard Nixon will carry the state of Kansas, although the raw vote figures in Kansas, let's take a look at those, show Nixon out front of Humphrey and George Wallace third. CBS News, I repeat, and you see the check mark beside Richard Nixon's name, estimates that Richard Nixon will carry Kansas. Now, we're beginning to get substantial reports from our sample precincts, at least in Michigan, but first let's take a look at the actual counted vote in Michigan. Michigan, one of the prizes of the Midwest, with 21 electoral votes, only 1% of the actual vote tabulated. Those are the figures: Humphrey out front, Nixon second, and Wallace third. Now, the CBS News estimate in Michigan, with nearly 1/3 of our sample precincts reporting, Humphrey is leading, and due in large part to the low number of votes in the Wallace column in Michigan. In the backlash areas, for example, Humphrey is doing much better than expected in Michigan, and the Wallace vote is a good deal smaller than had been predicted. Too early to say in Michigan, but Humphrey is leading in Michigan. In Missouri, our first real total, substantial totals of the night coming in, with 2% of the vote in. There you see the figures. Humphrey leading, Nixon second, Wallace running a poorer third than many people would have thought. Keep in mind, this is the actual tabulated vote, only 2% of it counted. However, our CBS News estimates indicate that Missouri, with 12 electoral votes, is trending toward Nixon. Despite the actual tabulated vote, with only 2% of it in, our CBS sample precincts indicate that with a little less than half of our sample precincts reporting that Nixon appears to be leading Humphrey by about 52 to 38%, with the missing 10% going for George Wallace. And again, the indication is George Wallace may not be running as well in Missouri as he and many of his followers had expected. In that critical Ohio race, let's take a look at the raw vote figures there. The actual tabulated vote in the state of Ohio, with 12% of the vote counted. Those are the figures. Nixon leading, Humphrey second, George Wallace running third. We want to keep on reporting on that critical Ohio presidential race because Mr. Nixon figures he has to have Ohio, and the indications remain that Nixon and Humphrey are running a breathtaking neck-and-neck race there. And, Walter, that seems to be the picture all over the Midwest. It's a real dogfight, difficult to tell who's on top.
It's interesting that in West Virginia, Hubert Humphrey ran a stronger race in West Virginia than John Kennedy did in that state 8 years ago.
Got a lot in there.
And this is quite a historic footnote, inasmuch as it was West Virginia's victory for John Kennedy in the primaries 8 years ago that knocked Hubert Humphrey out of the race for the presidential nomination in that year of his Democratic Party. Now he's running better than Kennedy did in West Virginia. And Wheeling, he ran far ahead of the Kennedy victory percentages. It seems that the Chief Wallace effect in West Virginia has been to take votes from Nixon rather than from Humphrey. We'd like to remind you that only half of the states have closed their voting places up to now. In fact, at 8:30, it was just a little over half, with Arkansas joining the closed states for a total of 26. 24 states, so the polls are still open, although we're making estimates on the basis of early returns from our sample precincts on winners in some of these states. This does not mean that the votes in other areas are at all unimportant. In fact, in many cases, they're critical, and certainly will be as far as your state races go for the Senate and the House of Representatives and your local legislatures. Now, Roger Mudd from the South.
Walter, Virginia is a key state in the South to determine the general strength of George Wallace and Hubert Humphrey. And our first returns there in Virginia, 12% of the popular vote is in. Nixon is leading, and apparently leading quite easily. Our model precincts indicate that Nixon will carry the entire Richmond area and the northern Virginia suburbs in Arlington and Alexandria. It's also interesting to report that in the Virginia high Democratic voting areas, that is men and women who normally vote a straight Democratic ticket, today, 1 out of every 2 Democrats is voting for Richard Nixon. In Tennessee, in the presidential race, with just over half the popular vote in, Richard Nixon still maintaining his lead there. Apparently, Wallace is getting boxed in more and more as these returns come in, boxed into the deep, deep South. And finally, in Georgia, with 7% of the popular vote in, Wallace there is leading 42,000 to 18,000 for Nixon, Humphrey 24,000. So, Walter, it looks like tonight that Wallace's strength will be confined by these returns from Kentucky and Virginia and Tennessee and Florida to the Dixie Crescent that goes from Georgia down to the Gulf Coast.
Taking another section of the country, the far northeast, Yankee land up in Vermont, that state house has been returned, according to our CBS News estimate, to the Republicans. Dean Davis, 67-year-old Montpelier insurance executive, has defeated, according to our CBS News estimate, John Daly, the 45-year-old lieutenant governor of Vermont, a state house that had been held by Philip Hoff, who is retiring after 3 terms. CBS News estimates that Davis wins the governorship in Vermont. Eric Severide, I wonder if on the basis of these early returns yet tonight, any way to, the future is casting any shadows in the Democratic Party in the South?
Well, I think it's clearly doing that. That part of the country. It would seem to me that on the basis of what we know now from these figures, that the South becomes even more than ever a distinctly different political organ in the national body politic. It's going to be conservative Nixon all the way over to very conservative Wallace. The old Democratic apparatus there for the last 40 years or more is just about all gone. North Carolina apparently is going to go Republican. If it does that, according to our research here, would be the first time it's gone Republican since Herbert Hoover's days. It seems reasonable to speculate that we're not going to have a landslide, at least in the popular vote, as between the two leading candidates of the major parties. The early polls in mid-September, for example, that indicated a 16% spread as between Nixon and Humphrey never did seem to make much sense to many people. It would be way out of the pattern of American voting, particularly when the two candidates come essentially from the mainstream of American political life. It's very rare to break down that way. 64, 4 years ago, was not a normal apposition at all. I would think that if Mr. Humphrey is counting on picking up two of the big Midwestern states to offset Mr. Nixon this time, then he must be a bit nervous about it as of this hour tonight. Missouri looks very shaky from what I've heard you report, and one would think he would have to take Missouri if he were going to do very much in the Midwest, comparable to what Mr. Truman did in '48 when those Midwest states went to him the last couple of weeks of the campaign and offset what Dewey was doing in New York, for example. This would look a bit shaky, I would think, for Humphrey in the Midwest. Walter?
Hadn't all of the estimates been built, though, Eric, pretty much on the Midwest going solidly Nixon in the past?
No, but I think the Humphrey hopes came down to that.
Make a breakthrough in Missouri, anyway.
That one they needed, they thought.
Those early returns that Dan was reporting to us a little earlier from there usually are from St. Louis and from Kansas City, which are heavy Democratic areas, and very possibly Republicans will run stronger there as more returns come in. Speaking of Republicans in the South and the future of the Democratic Party there, Eric, Senator Strom Thurmond has played a very important part in this political campaign this year. He was the former Democratic senator from South Carolina who went over to the Republican Party after a brief flirtation with his own political party, the States Writers, the Dixiecrats of 1948, and then this year played more or less of a part in the nomination of Richard Nixon, depending on whose stories you read and listen to. We hear is about to leave Columbia, South Carolina by chartered plane. He's going to fly up to New York to be at the Waldorf Astoria tonight, come what may, and of course he's anticipating victory. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. .7% of the nation's precincts have reported now, and it is holding steady as it has now for the last 15 or 20 minutes, with Nixon at 41%, Humphrey at 36%, and Wallace at 22%. For a very brief moment there, Humphrey had closed the gap to a 4% margin. He was up to 37%, but now with some late figures, he's back down to 36%. Of course, this is a very scattered group of returns, only 7% of the nation in. CBS News estimate now on the presidential race in Georgia. CBS News estimates that when all the votes are counted in that southern state, George Wallace will pick up Georgia with 49% of the vote. Humphrey coming in second with 27%, and Nixon 24%. 12 electoral votes for George Wallace in Georgia to add to his 10 in Alabama. And a CBS News estimate in Vermont. CBS News figures show that when all of the count has been made, Nixon will win in Vermont by 57% of the vote, Humphrey 40%, and Wallace 3%. Nixon thus adds Vermont's 3 electoral votes to his total to bring his total to 59. Wallace has a total of 22 now, and Humphrey, with his wins in Connecticut and West Virginia, as we at CBS News see it, has 15 electoral votes. And now, with some more added on to Humphrey's popular vote, he has closed the gap to 4%. He's run up to 37%, Nixon 41%, and Wallace 22%. At Nixon headquarters, Bill Plant is with key Nixon aide Bob Finch from California. Bill?
Walter, as you know, Bob Finch was who is the Lieutenant Governor of California, is a close friend and aide of Richard Nixon's. In 1960 was his national campaign director. Bob, are you concerned at all about the outcome of this?
I have a strange sense of detachment about this one, unlike 60 when it was such a horse race. And I know I'm willing to say right now we'll flatly win. I think we'll be in excess of 360 electoral votes. Well, as I say, it's a different ball game than in 1960.
What sense of concern has there been in the Nixon camp over the last-minute Humphrey surge and the bombing halt?
Well, of course, the bombing halt was an event that whose aftermath you couldn't predict. I think most Americans felt instinctively that it was done for political reasons, but...
of course, Mr. Nixon disagreed with you on that publicly.
Yes, that's right. We did disagree, and I was trying to report what I thought the political effect was of that event. And I think probably it's helped him in the New England area. It probably reflected in that Connecticut vote. On the other hand, we're very pleased because we've got the insurance states of Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida. I think we'll get Texas, states where we're in some question.
So which are you watching for now as your key states?
Well, we'll watch Pennsylvania, we'll watch Ohio, we'll watch Michigan. But as I say, I predict victory.
Governor or Lieutenant Governor Finch, if this campaign were to be run again, would you advise Mr. Nixon to do it at all differently?
No, sir. I think this has been a sound campaign, well constructed. We put together a good ball club when we went into the primaries, as Jack Kennedy did in 1960, and I wouldn't change a thing, Bill.
Thanks very much for being with us.
Back here at our CBS News election headquarters, we've got an analysis. Well, you see 8% of the vote is in now. Wallace has dropped 1% to 21%. Nixon and Humphrey holding their relative positions of 41 and 37%. We now have Nixon with 59 electoral votes won, according to our CBS News estimate. Humphrey 15 and Wallace 22. Nixon also is leading in Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. Humphrey is leading in Illinois, Michigan, Massachusetts, and the District of Columbia. And taking a look at the city vote, Nixon is running slightly below his strength in the big cities in 1960, and Humphrey is running ahead of John Kennedy's big city vote of 1960. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68. Reporting from election headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
We now have 9% of the nation's precincts tabulated. The votes with still a great number of states open, although at 9 o'clock at this very hour Eastern Standard Time, many states are closing. We have a total of, at this time, if all states have slammed the precinct doors at the given moment, 42 of the states closed, leaving some 8 states open. Only out still available for balloting will be Montana, Nebraska, Utah, Hawaii, California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, of course. With 9% of the vote counted, Nixon now has 41% of the vote, as indeed he has had for the last half hour or so. Humphrey is holding steady at 37% of the vote, and Wallace with 21% of the vote. Our CBS News estimate is, however, that Nixon has won a total of 7 states, Humphrey 3, and Wallace 2 at this point. And looking at our map, we can see where those votes have come from. Nixon, according to our CBS News estimate, shown here in the dark colors, light blue if you have a color set. Nixon has won Kentucky with 9 electoral votes, Florida with 14, North Carolina 13, Indiana 13, Kansas 7, Vermont 3, and Oklahoma 8 for a total of 67 electoral votes. Humphrey is shown there in yellow if you have color, or in the light tones if you have black and white. He has won Connecticut, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia for a total of 18 electoral votes. Wallace has won Alabama and Georgia for a total of 22 electoral votes. He's shown in the cross-hatched areas there. This, we do not
We have listed there Oklahoma, yes. That call came just a moment ago. CBS News estimates that Nixon will win in Oklahoma by 47% of the vote, Humphrey 32%, and Wallace 21%. District of Columbia, Humphrey will win by 73% of the vote, and Nixon 27% of the vote. Nixon is not doing quite so well in the cities as he did in 1960, as I reported to you a little while ago, but Humphrey is doing better than John Kennedy did in the cities in 1960. Nixon, 8 years ago, polled 38% of the big city vote. According to our sample precincts in at CBS News, he's this year getting about 34% of the vote. And Humphrey is getting 62% of the big city vote, whereas John Kennedy got 61% of the big city vote in 1960. Mike Wallace, I think you've got an interesting call in Connecticut.
I do indeed, Walter. Senator Abraham Ribicoff has been returned to the Senate of the United States. Let's take a look at the tabulated vote. With 36% of that vote in, Abe Ribicoff, 203,000. Edwin May, 158,000 votes. And according to the CBS News estimate, when all those votes are counted in Connecticut, Ribicoff will have 55% of the vote, May 45%. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania now, where with 6% of the vote tabulated in the presidential contest, you see that Richard Nixon is running 157,000 to Humphrey's 141,000, and Wallace went well behind at 19,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, with its 29 big electoral votes, there is now no trend. In spite of the fact that more than two-thirds of our sample precincts are in, Hubert Humphrey's doing very well in Philadelphia. He's leading Nixon in Pittsburgh. He's taken an overwhelming lead in the Negro ghetto, and he's ahead of Nixon in voting among blue-collar workers. Nixon is running well in the suburbs. George Wallace, however, is not doing nearly as well as had been expected in the blue-collar areas of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. One AFL-CIO poll prior to the election showed a 20% rank-and-file vote going to Wallace. He seems to be doing well behind that. In the state of Massachusetts, Humphrey declared the winner by CBS News estimate with 2% of the tabulated vote in. Humphrey with 30,000 and Richard Nixon with a mere 8,000 votes in Massachusetts, Wallace with 2,700 odd. Humphrey fashioned that victory in Massachusetts in a rather interesting way. He leads Nixon 3-1 in the area of Boston. He leads Nixon 2-1 in the suburbs of Massachusetts. He leads Nixon 4-1 in the black ghettos of Massachusetts, and also 4-1 in the backlash areas of the state of Massachusetts. And the CBS News estimate says that Humphrey will wind up with 65% of the vote in Massachusetts, Nixon 30%, Wallace 5%. In the state of Maryland, with 15% of the vote tabulated now, Humphrey with close to 40,000, Nixon 60,000, Wallace 22,000. Humphrey is running strong in Baltimore, in the city of Baltimore, while Nixon has a small edge now in the suburbs, and he wins easily as expected in the rural and small town areas. George Wallace, who has had high hopes in the state of Maryland because of the fact that he made such a strong run in the 1964 presidential primary, taking 43% of the Democratic vote in that state, he's running his strongest race in the rural Eastern Shore area of Maryland, long known for its resistance to rapid civil rights progress. White blue-collar areas near large Negro population centers gave Wallace about 20% of the vote, but they're still turning in a substantial edge for Hubert Humphrey. And in Maryland, it is too close to call still between Richard Nixon and Hubert Humphrey. I believe that Walter said a little earlier that Humphrey had won in the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes, 73% according to CBS News estimate to Nixon's 27%. In Delaware, with 3 electoral votes and more than 3/4 of our sample precincts reporting, there is, as you can see, just 1% of the tabulated vote in, and there's no trend yet, in spite of the fact that we have 3/4 of the sample precincts reporting. Humphrey leading in the city of Wilmington, highly Democratic areas among ghetto Negroes and blue-collar workers, and Nixon leading in normally Republican areas. That's about it for now, and of course the big one still to come is New York City, New York State in the East. Walter?
And with that CBS News estimate in Massachusetts, Mike, that means that Humphrey is closing the gap in both electoral vote and in popular vote. Electoral vote, he has 32 now to Nixon's 67. And in popular vote, with just 10% now of the nation's precincts counted, he has closed the gap to within 3%. And some of the big city vote and big state vote, where Humphrey is supposed to do particularly well, is yet to come in. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. And now reporting on the South, Roger Mudd.
Well, Walter, Senator Mike Monroney said during the campaign, I'll give you one brownie point for every pickup truck you see without a Wallace sticker. But tonight, George Wallace did not do that well in Oklahoma. The CBS News estimate is that, if I can find it, in Oklahoma, Nixon has won Oklahoma when all the votes are in, 47%, Humphrey 32%, George Wallace 21%. Looking at our CBS News estimate, model precincts indicate that only in what is called Little Dixie in Oklahoma did Hubert Humphrey beat Richard Nixon. And in Little Dixie, which is Carl Albert's home district, George Wallace ran a good second, but that was the only area of Oklahoma in which Wallace made a good showing. He ran third, very close to Humphrey, but always third in every other part of the state. In the Oklahoma Senate race, where Mike Monroney is in quite a fight tonight against Henry Bellman, the ex-Republican governor of Oklahoma, Monroney is trailing. Not much of the popular vote in, but that's to be a very close race and still too close to call. Monroney taking credit for the aerospace prosperity in Oklahoma, Bellman claiming that his close association with Richard Nixon would give him instant seniority at the White House. In the South Carolina presidential returns, 28% of the popular vote is in, and George Wallace is in the lead, but not by much. The question there was whether Strom Thurmond's activity in behalf of Nixon would produce a stalemate that Hubert Humphrey might slip in. There's still the chance of that. And in the South Carolina senatorial race, the incumbent, Ernest Fritz Hollings, now going for his first full 6-year term, is in an early lead against Marshall Parker. This is a repeat performance from 1966. Hollings is almost 2-to-1 against the Republican Parker. And finally, in the Texas presidential returns, 5% of that popular vote is in. Hubert Humphrey leading there. He is, of course, the beneficiary of a late closing Democratic harmony that's helped him considerably. Richard Nixon would be benefited immensely by that block of 25 electoral votes, but with that much of the vote in, Humphrey now has an early but very slight lead.
Roger, may I interrupt you, or am I interrupting you? Are you through?
No, I'm all through.
Well, I was going to interrupt you to say that CBS News now estimates that Humphrey will win the state of Michigan with its nice sizable block of 21 electoral votes for his camp. Now, the Humphrey forces had anticipated on the basis of polling that they possibly would win Michigan. CBS News estimates now that they will, with 52% of the vote, Nixon 39%, and Wallace 9% of the vote. That's a larger win in Michigan than Humphrey had anticipated. But with the 21 extra votes now from Michigan in the electoral column, he has 53 electoral votes to Nixon's 67, according to our CBS News estimates. You see the other count of leading votes there, which would indicate that Nixon, if he takes all the states he's now leading in, would have 102 electoral votes. Dan?
Walter, one footnote to that. The key to Hubert Humphrey's apparent victory in Michigan was the low total that George Wallace got and the high turnout in the Union areas of Michigan, particularly in and around Detroit. Anyone who goes to bed without knowing a little bit more about what's happening in the Midwest tonight could be in for a shock in the morning, because more and more it appears that it's going to be very close indeed in the big electoral vote states of Illinois and Ohio. The picture in the Midwest at the moment is CBS News estimates that Richard Nixon has carried Indiana and Kansas. Hubert Humphrey has carried Michigan. Ohio and Illinois and Missouri are shaping up close. Now let's go to our boards and take a look at the raw vote total, the actual votes in Illinois. We have 4% of the vote in Illinois. Shows Hubert Humphrey leading, Richard Nixon second, George Wallace running a fairly strong third, as expected in Illinois. Now, Our CBS News sample precincts have been coming in somewhat substantial numbers in the state of Illinois over the last hour, but it's simply too close for us to make any kind of estimate as yet. We are not anywhere near calling anyone a winner, and we're not anywhere near spotting a trend. And that in itself should tell you something, because the Republicans thought that they were in very good shape in Illinois, and my guess is they would have expected by this time to have spotted a trend for themselves, for Richard Nixon in Illinois. That is not the case, and Illinois more and more begins to look like it may be close. Now, how does that affect that Illinois Senate race, where Everett Dirksen was expected to run away with it? The actual vote totals show Dirksen trailing State Attorney General William Clark. This is with 4% of the actual vote, and there's a change on the board now with 5% of the vote. Keep in mind, most of these votes are big city votes, primarily from Chicago. The Democrat State Attorney General William Clark running ahead of Everett Dirksen, the veteran Republican who was expected to have no trouble at all in Illinois. It may yet turn out that way. But again in Illinois, the returns from our sample precincts, while we have no trend spotted as yet, that in itself indicates that Everett Dirksen may be in for a much closer fight than was expected with Attorney General William Clark. Just red flag Illinois for the moment in its 26 electoral votes. It could be close there. As we mentioned earlier, Michigan, CBS News already estimates that Hubert Humphrey will win the state of Michigan with 8% of the vote in. Humphrey leads in the actual vote tabulation, and CBS News estimates that Humphrey will carry Michigan with about 52% of the vote. I would remind you again that Richard Nixon, according to our CBS News estimates, has carried Indiana and Kansas. Ohio remains a very tight squeaker, and Walter, it's a cliffhanger in the Midwest.
CBS News estimates now that in Mississippi, Wallace will win, as he was anticipated to do, with 64% of the vote, Humphrey 22%, and Nixon 14%. That's an additional 7 electoral votes for George Wallace to give him a total of 29 so far, to Nixon 67 and Humphrey's 32. In the popular vote, 11% of the nation's precincts have reported, and Wallace has dropped to 20% of the vote. Nixon holding on to 41% and Humphrey at 38%. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. Here at our CBS News headquarters, where we're keeping tabs of this exciting election night, which is turning out to be a lot closer with the early counts in than had been anticipated at least 2 or 3 weeks ago. We now have 11% of the vote in. Nixon has 41%, and Humphrey has moved up another percentage point to 39% of the vote. Wallace has dropped back to 20% of the vote. Interestingly enough, with only 11% of the national vote in and Wallace showing 20%, that's just what his showing averages in our CBS News estimate of the states we have been able to project, where we've been able to project a final result. That includes almost 15 states now. Let's see, 12 states we have been able to make an estimate on final returns, and in those states, Wallace comes out with an average of 20% of the vote. A very low percentage of the vote in the northern and eastern states, about a little bit lower than was anticipated. In fact, almost 10% lower than anticipated in the border states, but a whopping big percentage in the southern states, like 65%, for instance, in Georgia. But the average comes out in those 12 states to be 20% for Wallace. As we continue to receive our sample reports from around the country, we get this kind of a look at the country as a whole. Humphrey is pulling about 2/3 of the big city vote and about half the vote in the medium-sized cities, that is, those over 50,000 population. Nixon is doing best, as was anticipated, in the suburbs, where he's picking up 51% of the vote. He's also ahead of Humphrey in the small cities and towns. Wallace is receiving 3% of the big city vote, from 12 to 14% in other cities and towns. He's not doing so well in the blue-collar areas and in the cities that were torn by riots in the last couple of years, where it might be expected there's a backlash vote. That has not apparently redounded to Wallace's benefit this year as anticipated. Nixon and Humphrey each are receiving about 45 to 50% of the high-income vote, with Wallace taking whatever remains there, perhaps up as much as 10%. Humphrey's receiving 53% of the vote in the low-income areas against 35% for Nixon and 12% for Wallace. In the normally high Democratic areas, Humphrey's getting 70% of the vote compared to 22% for Nixon, 7% for Wallace. In those areas considered moderately Democratic, 49% of the votes going to Humphrey, 42% to Nixon. Humphrey is doing better in some areas than John Kennedy did in 1960. Nixon isn't doing quite so well in some areas as he did against John Kennedy in 1960. But on the other hand, Nixon is doing better than his own people had estimated he might do at this stage of the evening. He had counted on his 270 electoral votes without being sure of North Carolina, and North Carolina is now in his column. He thought that Florida and Kentucky were shaky, and he has put those in his column. He has not so far lost to Humphrey any of the states that he had counted on in his figure of 270 electoral votes, enough to win. Let's go to David Shoemaker now at the Humphrey headquarters for the mood out there in Minnesota. David?
Well, Walter, for the first time tonight, you can see the potential, at least, for a victory party here. Some smiles beginning to appear over the later results that we've had. So far tonight, everything has been going according to form, and in a way that's been bad news, of course, because Hubert Humphrey needs a few surprises if he's going to win this election. He expected to carry West Virginia, Connecticut, the District of Columbia, and Massachusetts. He expected to lose Florida and Indiana. So no surprise and no break from the form. However, there was good news in the Michigan returns. The applause really for the first time tonight here in the hotel ballroom. They're also pleased that the 3% margin now by which Mr. Humphrey trails Mr. Nixon. So far, we've been unable to talk to any of Mr. Humphrey's political advisors. They're upstairs looking over the returns, and will not have any further comment until later on tonight. David Shoemaker, back to you, Walter.
Our popular vote, that percentage figure has changed just a little bit. We have 12% of the popular vote in now, and Nixon has lengthened the lead to 4% again, 42%, with 3,889,000 votes, to 38%, 3.5 million for Humphrey. And Wallace, you see before our eyes, has dropped to 19% of the vote. And I hope that we don't have the same thing happen this year as happened election a time or two ago, when we first were able to show you these votes even as they were tabulated, and those little clickers clicked off the numbers as they were fed into the display panels. And I had an angry letter from a gentleman out in the middle western states who accused us of stealing votes from one of the candidates and giving them to the other because he saw it happen right in front of his eyes. And we should have been honest enough to admit what we were doing, taking those votes away from that one fellow and giving them that other fellow there. And we don't do it that way. This is the vote that is tabulated and counted by and gathered by the News Election Service, that service which provides the returns from around the country with 125,000 persons collecting them for all of us. 42% for Nixon, 38% for Humphrey, 19% for Wallace. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68 continues. Reporting from election headquarters, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
We now have 13% of the nation's precincts counted and tabulated, and the percentage difference between Richard Nixon and Hubert Humphrey has narrowed to 2%. Richard Nixon leading with 41%, 4.5 million votes. Humphrey 39%, 4.25 million votes, and Wallace standing right about that 20% point where he's held most of the evening with a little over 2 million votes. CBS News estimates the final returns in 2 states now. In Virginia, CBS News estimates that Nixon will win with 49% of the vote. Humphrey will get 29% of the vote, and Wallace 22% of the vote. In Virginia, it was anticipated that Nixon possibly would win there, but his margin was not thought to be quite that high. Virginia has 12 electoral votes. Louisiana, CBS News estimates that Wallace will win in Louisiana. That was anticipated also, that he will get in Louisiana 52% of the vote. Humphrey will get 27% of the vote, and Nixon 21% of the vote for Louisiana's 10 electoral votes.
So in the electoral count, we now have this shape up in the nation's picture. We can show you on our map. Nixon has won a total of 8 states, 9 states now, 8 states with Virginia. That would be shown there in the dark colors on your black and white sets, in light blue on your color sets. Kentucky, Florida, North Carolina, and Virginia in the south. Kansas and Oklahoma in the Midwest and Southwest, and Indiana there. Vermont in the northeastern states. Humphrey, shown there in yellow on your color sets and light on the black and white, has won 4 states, Connecticut with 8 electoral votes, West Virginia with 7, Massachusetts with 14, and the District of Columbia with 3. Wallace now has won 4 states, according to our CBS News estimate: Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And it might be noteworthy, with Humphrey holding 53 electoral votes and Nixon 79, that at this stage in the evening, Humphrey has now, if our CBS News estimates hold in the final returns, has done better than Goldwater did in 1964. Goldwater won 52 electoral votes, you remember. Humphreys apparently has won at least 53, and he's leading for 99 others. Roger Mudd, perhaps you can tell us more about the results there in the South.
Well, Walter, in Virginia, which CBS News estimates now has gone for Richard Nixon, the key to Mr. Nixon's victory there was a good, strong run in the Richmond area. He lost the city, but he carried the suburbs, which in Richmond are very conservative. Mr. Nixon also carried the suburbs in northern Virginia, just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., Arlington and Alexandria. In the high Democratic voting areas, Nixon took 1 out of every 2 votes in Virginia. In the blue-collar class in Virginia, Mr. Nixon took 1 out of every 2 votes. The popular vote from Virginia shows, with about a quarter of it now in, Nixon with 117,000, Wallace running a third, not a bad third, but still third. In Louisiana, which is now checked for George Wallace, there's no vote showing. There must be something, and we'll come back and perhaps find it a little bit later. Mississippi, another Wallace state, with 22% of the popular vote in. George Wallace, no surprise there, 62,000 over Humphrey's 26,000. In Tennessee, still very much in doubt, 72% of the popular vote in. Nixon, 321,000, Wallace, 260,000, Humphrey, 212,000. In Texas, which is the large remaining block of electoral votes in the South with 25, 11% of the vote in, Humphrey has the lead. All 6 major candidates went into Texas in the final week of the campaign. Humphrey now running first, Nixon second, and Wallace very badly trailing in 3rd place. And finally, in the North Carolina Senate race, Sam Ervin has been reelected, as expected. His opponent, Republican Bob Summers, really never had a race to make. Everyone conceded the Senate seat to Sam Ervin. And in North Carolina's gubernatorial race, we have a winner there. Robert Scott, the present lieutenant governor, according to the CBS News estimate, has defeated Republican Jim Gardner. When all these votes are cast, the estimate is Scott 58%, Gardner 42%. Jim Gardner was the man who broke with Republican tradition and tried to go after the Wallace vote in the eastern part of the state, and in so doing made the old guard Republicans in his state very angry, and the division apparently has cost him the election. And one more call, Walter. In the Georgia senatorial race, no surprise here, Herman Talmadge has been reelected to the United States Senate, beating his Republican opponent, Earl Patton, an Atlanta businessman.
Roger, don't worry about the Louisiana returns. The rider bearing them has reached Tallahassee. All is well, and you'll be here shortly. I might mention that we're very pleased to now have our CBS affiliate KGMB TV in Honolulu, and, what is more, well, wonders never cease, 2 Australian stations, TCN in Sydney and GTV in Melbourne, who are joining us now. They are carrying our CBS News election coverage via Lanny Bird satellite. Other stations in Australia, Japan, and the Philippines are going to join us for this live coverage later this evening. For those of you who aren't quite so far distant and are still in the United States, continental or offshore, let us remind you that the polls are still open in 8 states. There's still plenty of time to cast your ballots in 8 of our states, including Alaska and Hawaii, of course. And incidentally, of course, it's not just the presidential ballot that you'll be casting in those states, but 43 of our states are electing legislatures as well as electing congressmen and senators and governors, voting on a lot of propositions.
In Dearborn, Michigan, where 2 years ago, you may remember, they had a referendum whether the population of Dearborn, Michigan favored an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam so that the people of Vietnam could solve their own problems. That's the way it was phrased on the ballot. Not that they were trying to push you one way or the other in the vote, but that's the way it was phrased. And this year, the yes votes in favor of immediate ceasefire and withdrawal, 19,553, no, 14,676. Dearborn's lost 42 men in the Vietnam War and apparently ready to pull out of Vietnam. It'll have no effect, of course, on policy in Washington. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment.
14% of the nation's precincts counted. Richard Nixon, 41% of the vote. Humphrey, 39% of the vote. Wallace, 19% of the vote. Nixon, according to our CBS News estimate, has won 8 states with a total of 79 electoral votes. Humphrey has won 4 states with a total of 32 electoral votes. And Wallace has won a total of 4 states with 39 electoral votes. Humphrey's vote should be 53 electoral votes. Excuse me. Mike Wallace.
Walter, Senator Jacob Javits, Republican incumbent from New York, has been returned to the Senate. He wins over Paul O'Dwyer, James Buckley, by 2-1 as expected. Javits with 50% of the vote. In spite of what you see here with the tabulated vote, it's still 0%. The CBS News estimate gives Javits 50% of the vote. Paul O'Dwyer, 34%. Buckley, 16%. But most interesting in the East, with massive New York State still to report, the Democratic Party seems to be building toward another historic victory on the Eastern Seaboard, where it won overwhelmingly in 1964 and in 1960 with John Kennedy. In the cities of the Eastern Seaboard, Hubert Humphrey's running at least 20 percentage points ahead of Nixon. Nixon is winning in the small cities and the rural areas by about 5 percentage points. He's carrying the suburbs, but with a 10 percentage point lead, and that's a good deal less than he needs. And perhaps the most interesting story here in the East is that despite the high racial tensions of this year, George Wallace is winning only 5 or 6% of the vote on the Eastern Seaboard. In cities that have been hit by riots, Wallace does no better than in other areas of the nation. Now, let's move to the New Jersey board first of all. As you can see, Nixon is leading Humphrey 390,000 to 353,000 with 27% of the tabulated vote in New Jersey. But according to our CBS News estimate, with 75 of our 80 sample precincts in, Humphrey is in the lead. He is not in the lead sufficiently for us to suggest that he is going to wind up the winner, but he is running a good deal stronger than had been expected in the state of New Jersey. In Newark and Jersey City, which are in effect extensions of New York City, Humphrey's getting 6 of every 10 votes. By comparison, in Bergen and Passaic counties, which are bedroom suburbs of New York, Nixon is getting half of the votes. Nixon winning in the high-income areas, Humphrey the low-income areas, as expected. Let's go to New York now. 75% of our sample precincts are in. As you can see, this New York vote, the tabulated vote, 0%. That is not what is important. With 3/4 of our sample precincts in now, particularly in the city of New York, Humphrey is running well behind Lyndon Johnson in 1964, even behind John Kennedy in 1960, but not sufficiently behind to make that much of a difference. And according to the CBS News estimate, the way he is running now, if things proceed the way they are, Humphrey will wind up with 52% of the vote here in New York State, Richard Nixon with 43%, and George Wallace with 5% in New York. The big story, of course, in New York is the New York City vote. Kennedy came into New York State losing by 400,000, came into New York City losing by 400,000 back in 1960, but he rolled up almost 800,000 in New York City alone to take the state. Humphrey will not do that well, but at the moment it looks as though he's going to do well enough possibly to win. Certainly he is leading. And finally, in Pennsylvania, with a block of 29 electoral votes, with 13% of the tabulated vote counted, Nixon barely leading Hubert Humphrey, 300,000 to 200, well, it's going up a little bit, 364,000 to 352,000. But the story, with almost all of our sample precincts in, the story in Pennsylvania is much the same as that in New York. Humphrey is doing 2-1 in the city of Philadelphia. He is doing 54-33 in the city of Pittsburgh. That is those are the two crucial spots for Hubert Humphrey. If he comes out of Philadelphia with a lead of 250,000, if he comes out of Pittsburgh with a lead of 100,000, then it's likely that he can carry. And at the moment, he is leading in the state of Pennsylvania. And incidentally, also in Pennsylvania, veteran Senator Joe Clark seems to be in trouble. He's running ahead in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, and in the black ghetto areas, but his opponent, Republican Congressman Richard Schweiker, is running a strong race just about everywhere else. At the moment in the tabulated vote, they're even, but according to our sample precincts, Schweiker is ahead. Walter?
Arizona, CBS News estimates that Nixon will win that southwestern state. With 52% of the vote, Humphrey will get 41% and Wallace 7%. There are 5 electoral votes in Arizona, and that would bring Nixon's total in the states where CBS News estimates he will win to 84. Humphrey has 5 states with a total of 53. Humphrey states are Connecticut, West Virginia, District of Columbia, Massachusetts, and Michigan. Morton Dean is with Larry O'Brien, the Democratic National Committee chairman and the manager of the Humphrey campaign at Humphrey's headquarters in Minneapolis. Come in, Morton.
Walter, I think that Larry looks rather relaxed at this point. Larry, are you concerned? Do you think the vice president is going to take this election?
Oh, this is going to be a very close election. We're going to be visiting each other off and on, I would think, over many hours. It's beginning to develop as most people envisioned. It's very close. We are doing very well in the industrial East. We are running ahead in Pennsylvania and New York, and of course have had significant wins in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Michigan. Other states are in balance, and it appears to us that we are going to have an excellent showing throughout the industrial East, and that's what we anticipated.
Larry, can you make a prediction now as to whether Mr. Humphrey will win the necessary 270 electoral votes?
It would appear to me, holding the position that we now have in the East and going west, this election will be decided in California, plus some other states in the Southwest and the far West. And I would say on that basis, at this early stage, this evening, that we are in an excellent position, very frankly, to secure the necessary number of electoral votes. I sincerely believe that. This is somewhat reminiscent of 1960 in many ways.
In what ways?
Well, we have this close popular vote. We have an 8-point spread favoring Mr. Nixon an hour ago, and the last time I checked it had been reduced to a 2-point spread. And we're going to just close that gap, and we're going to move ahead.
Well, what are the big surprises,
Larry O'Brien?
Larry? Michigan certainly was a good sign for you people.
Well, I am particularly pleased to note the 61% projection in Massachusetts. Connecticut was fine. I think that as the other eastern states come along, and you have the vote, for example, from Philadelphia, which in my judgment will show a Humphrey majority of 250,000 plus. We will carry the state of Pennsylvania. I think all of this augurs well. It's a tough one. It's a close one, but we're doing very well.
Morton and Larry.
Yes, Walter.
Larry O'Brien, this is Walter Cronkite, New York.
Yes, Walter.
How are you? You're looking
Fine.
well, despite the rigors I know of these last several months. Larry, while you were talking and saying that the spread was 2%, it's gone to 1% on our national popular vote, with 16% of the vote in. And
Frankly, Walter, I didn't expect you to move that rapidly. That took 60 seconds.
Yeah. We'll may see some other changes in here, of course, undoubtedly in the course of the evening. Larry, one other thing. You mentioned that you think this thing will be settled in California. If you go out there with California holding the balance, I gather that if you say that, you're fairly confident about California.
What I was trying to say, Walter, is that all of us are going to have a long evening, and we're going to be looking very carefully at California. I couldn't have been more pleased with what I observed in California just yesterday, and I'm optimistic about it. And the West Coast is going to have the eyes of the nation focused on it in a few hours, and it's going to be an awfully interesting night, and I don't think any of us will get any sleep this evening.
Larry, there was one question I wanted to ask. In your view, how is the Wallace vote cutting tonight?
Well, I think that it has followed a pattern. His strength from the south, he isn't showing significant strength beyond his own geographical area, that his current figure in the popular vote will drop as the evening goes along.
Was he hurting your man more than Mr. Nixon at this point?
Well, it depends on which state or states may be talking about. I think it varies from state to state, but perhaps the variance is rather slight overall. I just know this, that the current Wallace percentage of the popular vote will drop in the next several hours and drop significantly.
Larry O'Brien, the top man for the Democratic National Committee, thank you very much. Back to you, Walter.
Morton, before you say goodbye to Larry, can I ask one other question?
Yes,
Have any
Walter.
particular states surprised you, Larry, either way, going Nixon, Wallace, or for your man, Humphrey?
I really don't think so, Walter. This is a horse race in the key states. It's rather a traditional close presidential contest. I don't think there have been any particular surprises, and I think as this popular vote continues to rise, it will be reflected as these states fall into our column. And, of course, most of these states have significant numbers of electoral votes. So here we go.
Okay, Larry. We'll be coming back to you as the evening goes on, as you suggested. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. %16% of the national vote counted now. Nixon holds a 1% lead, 41% to Humphrey's 40 and Wallace's 19. Dan Rather, how's the Middle West going?
Well, Walter, no surprise. There are a good many surprises in the Middle West, but no surprise, Hubert Humphrey, it appears, is doing very well in his home state of Minnesota, and we may have a little bit more to report on that for you in a few seconds. The major story in the Midwest is Ohio, Illinois, and Missouri. All of those big electoral vote states, Ohio and Illinois with 26 and Missouri with 12. And even at this hour, all of those are simply at a state where we don't see any trend. And there are two surprises in that the Republicans had expected to run away with Illinois and to do very well in Ohio. Missouri was always considered rather close, but leaning Nixon. And as of this hour, it is simply a no-trend case, although we have a rather substantial number of our sample precincts reporting in all three of those states. And the Democrat, Hubert Humphrey, is actually leading in the actual vote figures in Illinois, but that's only with 11% of the vote in. Now, in the Minnesota presidential race, CBS News estimates that Humphrey wins in Minnesota. Now, that is the second state in the Midwest in which CBS News estimates Humphrey has won, Michigan with 21 electoral votes being the other. And in Minnesota, CBS News estimates that Humphrey carries his home state with 56% to Nixon's 38%, George Wallace with 5%. Walter, it's still a heart-stopper in Ohio and Illinois, and that's the big story in the Midwest.
This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68. Reporting from Election Headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
And now at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, with the polls closed in Montana, Nebraska, and Utah at this hour, still open in Hawaii, California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, 18% of the precincts reported through the nation. Nixon holds a 1% lead with 6,041,000 votes to Humphrey's 5,832,000 votes, or 40% of the national total, and George Wallace of Alabama with 2.75 million votes, 19% of the vote. CBS News estimates that in the state of North Dakota, Richard Nixon will win when all the votes have been counted there, with 57% of the vote, Humphrey 38%, and Wallace 5% of the vote. CBS News estimates that in Rhode Island, Humphrey will win there with 65% of the vote, Nixon 31%, and Wallace 4% of the vote. With those new figures in our CBS News estimates, we now have 10 states won for Richard Nixon with a total of 88 electoral votes. They are Kentucky, Florida, North Carolina, Indiana, Kansas, Vermont, Oklahoma, Virginia, Arizona, and North Dakota. Humphrey has won 67 electoral votes in the states of Connecticut, West Virginia, District of Columbia, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, and Rhode Island. Wallace has won 4 states in the Deep South, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana, for 39 electoral votes. It's interesting to note the states in which they are leading. Humphrey is leading in New York and Pennsylvania, which would give him 72 more electoral votes for a total of 139. Nixon is leading in South Carolina, Tennessee, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Colorado, which would give him a total of 54 votes if he won all of those states for 143 electoral votes. It takes 270 to win. Wallace is leading now in no states. Many prominent senators are up for re-election this year, and out in Chicago, one of them is in our WBBM area with WBBM TV correspondent Robert Osborne. He's Senator Everett Dirksen.
Senator Dirksen, you at the moment are trailing your opponent, trailing even by a little more than you did at this hour in 1962. Why, and do you think you'll be able to come back? Do you think downstate will do it for you again?
Why not?
What do you read into the vote so far? Are you surprised? It was predicted you would have an easy time achieving a large-scale victory here.
Well, let's see what the ultimate outcome will be. You know, all your fragmented returns are a little like the Irishman who fell off a 14-story building. And when he went by the 10th story, his friend Pat stuck his head out and said, "Mike, so far you're all right." So you make all these fragmentary returns, but that isn't conclusive at all. And it never has been, and I've been through this mill before, and I have no doubt as to what's going to happen finally.
Are you surprised, though, by the closeness of it at this hour?
Well, I can't tell how many precincts have been reported, either up here or in the country towns, or what has come from downstate. If you can tell me the precincts and the general areas in the country towns, I could give you a far better answer than what I can now. But on the basis of what I see, I can give you no answer at all.
There are approximately 11% of the precincts primarily from the Chicago area.
Yeah.
Senator, one other matter. The presidential race in the state of Illinois is being rated a toss-up right now. It was not figured to be that way by the Republicans up until Election Day. What happened?
I don't figure it a toss-up even now.
Do you think it'll change around suddenly?
You tell me what you got from downstate.
Well, downstate returns, as you know, are fragmentary now.
Very, very fragmentary. And, of course, down there they deal mainly with paper ballots. It takes a longer time because that is a long, long ballot. I had occasion to look at it this morning when I voted. And so you just have to wait until they make their returns. And then you get some idea of the result.
Senator?
Yes, sir.
This is Roger Mudd in New York.
Yeah, Roger, how are you?
Well, what makes you so sure you're going to win? Why don't you believe our machine, Senator?
Where have I encountered that doubt on your part before?
Well, you don't see any chance at all that you could be whipped?
Why should I?
Well, I don't. Why shouldn't you?
I don't know of any reason why I should. You go around and fool the country with all these fragmentary returns of yours, and then they wake up with an entirely different conclusion.
Well, your feeling is that the downstate Illinois is going to put you back in office?
Oh, I thought I knew my country and my state pretty well. And I've been doing a little campaigning, Roger.
Okay, Senator.
Good luck.
Have fun.
You know, Roger, it's interesting that Everett Dirksen is of the class of 1950 in the United States Senate. He himself ousted the Democratic leader on the floor, Scott Lucas, to take the seat. He now is the Republican minority leader in the Senate, as we all know, and a very colorful one. But in that same class of his, 1950, there are two other fellows who served 18 years, Wallace Bennett in Utah and Mike Monroney in Oklahoma. And both of those men, well, Monroney's having his troubles in Oklahoma. I don't think we've got any Utah returns yet, have we? How is, we haven't got anything on the Bennett-Milton-Weilenman race in Utah. But the point is that in both those two races, I don't think Clark raised this against Dirksen in Illinois, but in both Utah and in Oklahoma, the charge was raised by their opponents that 18 years was long enough to serve in the Senate. And those were in quotes, because both Monroney and Bennett had run in 1950 saying 18 years is far too long in the Senate because their predecessors were they ousted have been 18 years in the Senate. So you got an interesting kind of a seniority run with the Dirksen-Bennett, Bennett-Monroney class of 50. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. Richard Nixon, 41% of the popular vote. Humphrey, 40%. Wallace, 19%, with 19% of the vote in. And Joe Betty, I think you've got a call from the far west.
That's right, Walter. Conservatism, at least Barry Goldwater's brand, is going to go back to the United States Senate. Goldwater declared a winner in the CBS News estimate. At this rate, he should get 57% of the Arizona vote to Roy Elson's 43%. Elson, the former administrative aide to the outgoing Democratic Senator Carl Hayden, 91 years old. And Goldwater will be going back to the Senate. Also in Colorado, the Republicans appear to have safely held on to that seat. Peter Dominic going for his second term.
Joe, let me interrupt you for a moment. A most important call. CBS News estimates on the basis of our sample returns in from our sample precincts so far in New York State that Hubert Humphrey will carry New York State. Humphrey, 52% of the vote. Nixon, 43% of the vote, and Wallace, 5% of the vote, is what our CBS News estimate shows for New York and the nation's biggest block of electoral votes. Joe?
Well, finishing off that Senate race in Colorado, Walter, Peter Dominic is running with the same kind of lead that Barry Goldwater has in Arizona, 57% to 43% over the former governor, Steve McNichols. Dominic has piled up his lead in the suburbs and the small towns, while McNichols was getting the expected large Democratic vote from Denver. One other call, which you made earlier, Arizona is apparently going completely Republican. Richard Nixon has been declared the winner there. The CBS News estimate says he should take the state of Arizona. And in the governor's race, Jack Williams, this is a two-term seat in Arizona. Jack Williams, the Republican incumbent, looks as though he's going to go back to the State House in Arizona, defeating Sam Goddard, the former governor. So it looks like a gain of one Republican seat in the Senate. Barry Goldwater picking up Carl Hayden's seat, Walter. Peter Dominic hanging on to the Republican Senate seat from Colorado.
Let us report quickly what the electoral situation is. You know, it takes 270 votes to win in the Electoral College. And at this moment, we show Hubert Humphrey now with New York in his column and 8 states with a total of 110 electoral votes. Richard Nixon with 10 states in his column and 88 electoral votes. Wallace has won 4 states, according to our CBS News estimate, the final returns, and he has 39 electoral votes. In the states in which they are leading, we now bring Humphrey with 1 and leading electoral votes to 143, and Nixon to exactly the same total of 143. Mike Wallace, how did Humphrey put together this New York victory?
Most of it, of course, came out of New York City. He ran 2-1 in Manhattan, Bronx, the Brooklyn. In Queens and Staten Island, he ran just barely ahead. In the suburbs, Nixon ran about 55 to 39, and upstate 56 to 39. He just didn't get enough votes upstate. And in Buffalo, Humphrey carried 56 to 36. There are some other interesting indications of how it went, why it went. In the black ghettos of New York, Humphrey got 92 to Nixon's 6. In the Puerto Rican areas, Humphrey got 78 to Nixon's 19. As you can see, Nixon is ahead of the tabulated vote with just 1% of the vote reporting, but we have virtually all of our, there it is. Humphrey 52%, Nixon 43%, Wallace 5%, Humphrey the winner according to the CBS News estimate. In the backlash areas, surprisingly enough, Hubert Humphrey won 52% to Nixon's 41%. The only, in middle and low income, Humphrey was ahead. In high income areas, Richard Nixon was ahead 50 to 45. That is the first of the 3 states that are big, of course, in the East: New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. Humphrey now has New York. Humphrey is leading in Pennsylvania, and in New Jersey, it's too close to call.
We were reporting earlier that on that 1950 class of senators who are up this year, there are some very prominent senators who will not be back in the Senate for the 91st session of Congress. Ohio's Frank Lauschief was defeated in the primary by Don Gilligan, who's having quite a tight race in Michigan now. Tonight, California's Thomas Kuchel was defeated in the primaries, that Republican senator out. Alabama's Senator Lister Hill, after some 30 years in the Senate, is retiring this year. George Smathers, after 18 years, is retiring from his Florida seat that has been now won by a Republican. And in Arizona, grand old man of Capitol Hill, Carl Hayden, 91 years old, after 51 years on Capitol Hill, retired this year. His seat has been won also by a Republican, Barry Goldwater. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. So now, with more than 1/3 of the nation's precincts reported, 35% of the popular vote in, Nixon is holding on to a bare 1% lead with 6.75 million votes to Humphrey's 6.5 million and 40% of the vote. Wallace has dropped another percentage point now to 18%, a little over 3 million votes. We told you a moment ago that our CBS News estimate now is that Hubert Humphrey will take the nation's largest single block of electoral votes, those in New York State, 43 electoral votes by a win in New York. That gives him a total of 8 states with a total of 110 electoral votes, according to our CBS News estimate. Nixon has a total of 10 states with 88 electoral votes, and Wallace 4 states with a total of 39 electoral votes. Dan Rather, let's take another look at the Middle West.
Well, Walter, Ohio and Illinois, as you know, offer some local lucky candidate 52 electoral votes, but it's not just the numbers that make these 2 Midwestern giants so important tonight, as they maddeningly refuse to drop the other shoe. Because in Illinois has not voted the wrong way, that is, hasn't failed to vote with the winner in a presidential race since 1900, and no Republican has ever become president without carrying Ohio. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the actual vote tabulations in these important states. In Illinois, with 14% of the vote counted, Humphrey leads Nixon in Illinois. Now, keep in mind, most of those votes are from the Chicago area and the upstate, the big city area of Illinois, and as Senator Dirksen pointed out a few minutes ago, only fragmentary returns from downstate. But it could mean trouble for Nixon, who was counting on Illinois' 26 electoral votes. Skipping over to Ohio, also with 26 big electoral votes at stake, 33% of the vote counted in Ohio. And again, Hubert Humphrey leading Richard Nixon. George Wallace is third. Now, with Ohio, as was the case with Illinois, a number of the CBS News estimate, that is to say sample precincts, have reported, but we simply don't have a trend in either one of those states. And that in itself could be significant. Now, in Missouri, we're beginning to get a substantial actual vote tabulation in Missouri, 40% of the vote in. Missouri with 12 electoral votes. Again, Humphrey, as was the case in Illinois and Ohio, is leading in the actual vote tabulation. 40% of the Missouri vote counted, and Humphrey out front of Nixon with Wallace running third. Wallace not running as well in Missouri as had been anticipated, and that for the moment accounts for Humphrey's lead. Now, in Missouri, the CBS News estimate is, with our sample precincts coming in substantial numbers now, we show that Nixon 47%, Humphrey 42%, and George Wallace with 11%. Now, we're not calling Missouri for Nixon at all, but it's just with the large number of our sample precincts in, it is leaning toward Nixon in Missouri. In the Wisconsin presidential race, a few returns in there, 2% of the actual vote counted, and Humphrey is leading in Wisconsin. Wisconsin expected to go Republican. Our sample precincts, we have some reports there, and it indicates that Wisconsin, despite the actual vote tabulations at the moment, may very well go to Nixon as expected. And we have a call in North Dakota, as Walter said earlier. CBS News estimates that Richard Nixon will carry North Dakota. The situation in the Midwest at the moment, Hubert Humphrey, according to the CBS News estimates, has carried Michigan. A note just handed here. We have a call in the North Dakota senatorial race. Young wins again in North Dakota. That was expected over Herschel Lashkowitz, only with 5% of the vote counted. You can see Young is leading Lashkowitz, but our CBS News estimate is that Young has been returned to the Senate from North Dakota. But we're trying to wrap up the Midwest for you. And in the Midwest, besides those states we've already mentioned, Illinois and Ohio, the two big ones, and it's simply going to be close in both of those states. Nixon is leading in South Dakota and in Iowa. Minnesota has been declared by CBS News. Our estimate is that Humphrey has carried Minnesota and Michigan. Richard Nixon has carried Indiana, Kansas, and North Dakota. Walter?
And Dan, with 19% of the national vote in, Hubert Humphrey has just pulled even in the percentages with Richard Nixon. Humphrey 41%, a little bit less, a few votes less than Nixon's 41%. 6,930,000. Whoop, it's changing before our eyes. 7,002,713 for Humphrey, 7,049,814 for Nixon, a very close race indeed. Wallace has dropped back another percentage point now to 18 percentage points. A moment ago, I reported that a third of the national popular vote was in. Well, if you're going to get led around by your nose by a machine, you got a nose as big as mine, that's the sort of trouble you can get into. The figures showed up 35% on there, and any fool, that's anybody other than I should have been able to see right away that there were only 15 million votes counted, and that couldn't possibly be a third of the 75 million that are anticipated across this nation of ours tonight. Eric Severide, now that I have washed my dirty linen in public, what do you think is happening in this very close race tonight? Or do you think we're headed for a stalemate?
This could be maybe another Nixon-Kennedy thing in the popular vote or something approximating that, the way it's running. I think maybe there's one brief observation that might be useful, Walter. It begins to look as though if this should go into the House of Representatives by any chance, it will not be half so much because of the Wallace vote as much as we thought it would be. He's apparently going to end up here with only 4 to 5 states, 39 to 45 electoral votes. It would be even more, it seems to me, due to the fact that the two leading candidates are running so even over so much of the country. The Wallace influence is not what we thought it was. We were talking earlier about the South being even more distinct, a separate part of the body politic as a result of this vote. The Democratic Party is becoming, it seems more distinctly, the party of the industrial Northeast. Suburbia goes Republican, and that's becoming more and more a typical part of America. And here is Hubert Humphrey leading a party that must win on the basis of this great strength in the industrial big city eastern states. And he's a boy from a very small town in the Midwest with all the conditioning that went into that. Politics throws up strange fates indeed. Walter?
Dan, have you got some news from the Middle West for us?
Yes, Walter. According to CBS News estimate here, we're very close to indicating that we believe that Richard Nixon has carried Wisconsin. Although our tentative board, CBS News, yes, estimates Richard Nixon the winner in Wisconsin by approximately the percentages you see there.
Right-ho, Dan. We have an senatorial call, I think, from the South. Roger, want to give it to us quickly?
Sure. It's Alabama, and it's no surprise. Jim Allen, the lieutenant governor under George Wallace, has, according to our estimate, been elected the new senator from Alabama, 65%. His opponent, Perry Hooper 25%, and the independent Robert Schwinn about 10%. So that's Lister Hill's replacement is Jim Allen from Alabama. So with that Wisconsin call, that gives Nixon 100 electoral votes and Humphrey 110 with that big state of New York in his column. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68 continues. Reporting from Election Headquarters, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
CBS News estimates that in Colorado, Richard Nixon, the Republican candidate for President of the United States, will win Colorado with a bare 50% of the vote, Humphrey 42% of the vote there, and Wallace 8% of the vote in Colorado. With that, the 12th state to go into the Nixon column, he moves up to 106 electoral votes. It takes 270 to win, as you know. Humphrey has 8 states with 110 electoral votes. Wallace has 4 states with 39, and it appears that Wallace will not get any of the other states. At least he is not leading in any of the states of the South at the moment. And let's see. Let's give you a quick rundown now of those states that actually have been counted in these columns by CBS News, estimating our returns on the basis of our sample precincts. Nixon has Kentucky, Florida, North Carolina, Indiana, Kansas, Vermont, Oklahoma, Virginia, Arizona, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Colorado. The states you see there in the light figure, the light blue if you have color. The lightest figures, yellow if you have color, are Humphrey's, and they are Connecticut, West Virginia, District of Columbia, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Rhode Island, and New York. Wallace has Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana. In the senatorial races, 34 seats in the Senate were up this time at this election. The Democrats have elected 5 of those 34 seats, the Republicans 7.
Democrats are leading in 3, the Republicans leading in 6. With the 40 holdover seats that the Democrats have, they now would have 48. Our figures there show 49. We've moved to 6 elected. The figure is 6 elected, 3 leading, for a total now with the holdovers of 40-49. They're just 1 vote short of an even split in the new Senate, 2 votes short of assured control of the new Senate if they get all those seats for which they are now leading. There seems very little doubt that the Democrats will control the new Senate. That was preordained before these figures tonight because of the break in the holdover vote. The Republicans have elected 7 new senators. They're leading in 6 Senate races. They have holdovers of 26, so they would appear to have 39 seats in the new Senate. In the House races, 89 Democrats have been elected and 46 Republicans. The Democrats are leading for 38 other congressional seats and the Republicans for 38 congressional seats. That would give the Democrats 127 in the new House of Representatives and the Republicans 84. The Democrats have 247 in the present House, in the 80th Congress, the Republicans 188. The Republicans have to hold on to all of their 188 seats and win 30 seats from the Democrats in order to take control of the new House. With the very close presidential race, it now seems rather unlikely that they will be able to win all of those 30 seats that they need. There are also gubernatorial races, you know. 21 state houses are up for election this year, and in the Democrats have elected 1, the Republicans have elected 1, Democrats leading for 3, and the Republicans leading for 3. With their holdovers, that would give the Democrats 15 and the Republicans 22. The Republicans have the majority of the state houses at the present time. John Hart is at Richard Nixon's headquarters with a key Nixon aide, his new spokesman, Herb Klein. Come in, John.
Walter, Herb Klein and I have been sitting here watching you and listening to Lionel Hampton, and as we were doing that, he wrote down 5 names on this card: Ohio, California, Texas, Illinois, and Pennsylvania. Herb, what do you mean by writing that down on that card?
Well, those certainly are the big states that are left, and they're states that I think are key to a Nixon victory. We think that we will carry all of those states, and we're looking particularly forward to California, which is a very important state to us, and it's really from there that Dick Nixon started his comeback trail.
At this point, it appears that Mr. Humphrey is leading in 2 of those states, Texas and Illinois.
That is true on the early reports, but I checked in Texas, for example, and I think the reason that they now show him leading there is the fact that the poll so far has a heavy San Antonio accent. Dallas County turned out with a tremendous vote today. Only 3 precincts have been counted just a few minutes ago. So I feel that when Dallas comes in, why the Nixon margin will grow and he will carry Texas.
Now, last Sunday, Herb, you predicted there would be a minimum of 330 electoral votes for Mr. Nixon. When you sat down tonight, you said it looks like it might get interesting before the night's over. Is that a change? Is that a shift?
Well, I think 330 is of top interest to me, John. I still say we'll get 330 or more. I feel that with these kind of big states to come, and we've got very good reports coming out of Ohio. If you look at Illinois, which you mentioned also, the early returns come out of the city, and my understanding is that actually Humphrey is not carrying that as well as did John Kennedy. We feel that with downstate coming in, it'll make a big turn, and I think probably the best proof of that is the fact that Everett Dirksen obviously is going to win big, and he's trailing right now.
How do you account for Humphrey's apparent victory in New York?
Well, New York, as you know, John, has been a close state back and forth all the way along. We always rated it as a toss-up state. It's one of those where its margin isn't probably, by the time the count is complete, it will not be as big as it may look now. I think it's going to be a close state, but you'd certainly have to favor Humphrey at this point.
Part of this contest so far this year has been a contest between some candidates and some polls. Today, John Mitchell indicated a great deal of dissatisfaction with the last Harris poll, calling it a concoction. And he indicated that his own polls in New York, which he believes, showed Mr. Nixon leading by 6%. Now, is there some adjustment possible in the attitude toward your own poll?
Well, you have to wait to see what the final returns are going to be. Our polls did show a lead. We've had a couple polls, and they projected a better vote upstate than has come in now. And as you know, thus far, what you have heavily emphasized in New York City, we feel will come closer as we get along.
Do you think the poll should be investigated, as does Mr. Mitchell?
I certainly do. I think that any last-minute poll, such as the Harris poll, is one that you have to look at it with a great deal of suspicion as to you just don't have that many votes shifting in that short a time.
Now, as Director of Communications, maybe you can clear up something for us. We were told that Mr. Nixon would not be holding a news conference tonight or tomorrow under any circumstance. It is whichever way the election goes. Is that correct?
He certainly plans no news conference tonight, and I think that's a tradition. I don't know of any president who's had one on the night that he won his victory. Tomorrow, he probably not. It's been a very tough campaign. I think that the American people want to give the presidential candidate a chance to relax a little bit and think about where he wants to project his program. In the Nixon administration, there'll be numerous news conferences, just as there have been all through this campaign. And so I think you'll find him communicating with the American public in a very massive way.
Thank you very much, Herb Klein. Walter?
Herb, are you planning on helping him communicate with the public in a massive way if he wins tonight?
Walter, I'm trying to do that right now. Beyond tonight, my plans aren't that firm, but I certainly have tried over a long period of time, and I'll continue to do what I can.
Well, the Potomac has a lot of charm, as well as does your native San Diego Bay, Herb.
That San Diego Bay sounds awfully good to me right now, I'll tell you.
Thank you, Herb Klein. CBS News estimate of the Wisconsin senatorial race is that the Democratic incumbent Gaylord Nelson will, as expected, win in Wisconsin, defeating his Republican opponent Jairus Leonard by some 20 percentage points, 60 to 40. And in Iowa, on the presidential race, CBS News now estimates that when all the votes are counted there, Richard Nixon will indeed win Iowa with 60% of the vote. Humphrey 35% of the vote, and Wallace 5% of the vote in Iowa. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. Counted. It is a dead heat at 41% between Richard Nixon and Hubert Humphrey. Nixon was 7,049,000 votes, Humphrey 7,002,000 votes.
George Wallace, 18% of the vote, 3,096,000 votes. We told you a moment ago, Richard Nixon has now added Iowa to his column of victories. According to our CBS News estimate, the final returns, and in electoral votes, that makes it look like this. Nixon forging ahead again in electoral vote in this very tight seesaw race, both seesaw in the popular vote and in the electoral vote. It's going first to one side and then the other. Nixon now has 115 electoral votes accumulated in 13 states. Hubert Humphrey has 110 electoral votes accumulated in 8 states, including New York and Michigan and Connecticut. Wallace has 39 electoral votes in 4 southern states. You know, we're also electing a Congress tonight, the 91st Congress, 34 senators, and all of the 435 representatives. This race is so tight tonight that it's not inconceivable that that new House of Representatives will have far more important duties at its first meeting than simply matters of legislation. It may end up having to pick the next president of the United States. If none of these 3 men get 270 electoral votes, a clear majority of the 435 outstanding electoral votes, 438, including the District of Columbia, then the matter goes to the House of Representatives, and there each state's delegation gets 1 vote, the majority of the delegation deciding how that state's vote will be cast. So it'll be very important as to how the state delegations break down in the new House of Representatives. In the old House, the Democrats had 28 seats, 28 state delegations. The Republicans had 18 state delegations. And 4 of the states had split delegations, which would not get a vote in a presidential vote. Mike Wallace, what does the new House lineup look like at this point?
Not very different, Walter. CBS News has called winners in 84 congressional races now in 20 states, and the results, contrary to expectations, show almost no change in the makeup of the House of Representatives. For example, 2 shifts, moderate to conservative and conservative to moderate, have canceled each other out so far. The only seat that has changed parties so far is in Virginia, where a Republican won the House seat vacated by a retiring Democrat, Porter Hardy. There'd been a good deal of talk that the House might be going more conservative, no matter which way it went as far as party was concerned. But for the time being, anyway, the House is staying essentially where it has been during the last session of the Congress. Not very much going on in the way of change. Incidentally, 2 gentlemen about whom there's some curiosity across the country have had their races decided. The incumbent, Rogers Morton, a Republican, is the winner in Maryland's 1st congressional district. He is the brother of the retiring Republican Senator Thurston Morton of Kentucky. Rogers Morton returned in Maryland. And up in New Hampshire, you remember David Ho was the chairman of that state delegation out of the Democratic Convention, and Senator Eugene McCarthy's campaign manager. Well, he has lost in New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district to the incumbent Republican James Cleveland.
I wonder if that display in Chicago, he was the one who tried to use his Dartmouth College credit card or something to get through the gates at the Democratic Convention, and there was quite a hoo-ha about it that night. I wonder if that had anything to do with it. There's a call in Oklahoma. The CBS News estimates that Mike Monroney, 18-year veteran in the Senate, will be defeated, has been retired from the Senate by his Republican opponent, former governor of the state of Oklahoma, Mr. Bellman, with 53% of the vote. Monroney, 45% of the vote, and George Washington, not the one you're familiar with, but a more recent George Washington, 2% of the vote in Oklahoma. Mike Monroney, who was a spokesman for and an arbiter for the aviation industry in the Senate, for one time won awards in the House of Representatives for his programs for reform of the Congress, has been retired after 18 years, according to our CBS News estimate. And now, from Maine, a presidential estimate by CBS that Hubert Humphrey will carry Maine with 57% of the vote. and Nixon will get 42% of the vote, we estimate, in Maine, that Wallace will get 1% of the vote there. It had been anticipated that Humphrey might well carry Maine. The consensus of the polls was he might carry it with around 50% of the vote. He did better than that. He did 57% of the vote, according to our CBS News estimate in Maine. Adding Maine's 4 electoral votes now to the Humphrey column brings him up to 114 electoral votes. Nixon has 115 electoral votes. It is very close indeed. In the popular vote, it still stands at a dead heat at 41% of the vote each, with now 1/5 of the country's precincts in, 21% of the vote in. Humphrey 41%, Nixon 41%, and Wallace 18%. Eric Severide, we were talking about the new House. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, Mike Wallace has just given the figures on that so far and has pointed out that the only seat that's changed party hands in the House is that one in Virginia. This is rather extraordinary, but it's what a number of professional politicians were saying here earlier in this campaign, that Mr. Nixon's support, while very wide, seemed to be very thin. He certainly, as far as these House representative races are concerned, this is proving true. He just doesn't have any coattails here. He is not taking these men with him to get those extra 30 seats they needed to win, as far as we can read it now. And this will be very important if this thing does go into the House, of course, with a continuance of a Democratic majority. Apparently up in the northern industrial states, those people voting for Wallace are not going over to the Republican column, more conservative column, when it comes to congressmen. They're going back to their own incumbent Democrats from those districts for the House of Representatives. There's only been 3 presidents before in our history, I believe, in modern history, that have men who've won the presidency for the first time and failed to take the Congress with them. Should Mr. Nixon win the presidency, he'd be number 4. The last was Mr. Eisenhower. This is out of the pattern. And it makes you think a bit about the left liberal wing of the Democratic Party this year, those people who, with McCarthy and others, who didn't want to vote for Mr. Humphrey or go along with the party, and use the argument that the worse it's defeated, the more shattered, easier for them to pick it up and put it together in a new formation further to the left in the next 4 years. But it doesn't seem as though anything like that is going to happen. It's pretty much intact, even should Mr. Humphrey lose by a narrow margin. It's still the powerful party in terms of the House seats. About all the instant wisdom I have at the moment, Walter.
We have also the interesting possibility in the House of Representatives, of course, that some of these congressmen may not vote party loyalties. Some of them already, as a matter of fact, I think 30 candidates for election this year, some of them incumbents, have pledged that they will vote however their district goes. And some 45 others were leaning toward that, may have made that pledge, as far as I know, before they actually got to the...
Yes, even if this were on the figures tonight, we're a hung jury and it had to go to the House, there's no way to tell from these party makeup for these delegations in the House this early, I would think, what would happen.
That's the nature of the constitutional crisis we'll face. We're not going to know until January 6th, perhaps, with all the dickering that'll go on for these things. New Hampshire, we've got a presidential decision on a basis of our CBS News estimate that when all the votes are counted there, Richard Nixon will win New Hampshire with 56% of the vote, Humphrey 42, Wallace 2. That puts Nixon back into the lead in the electoral vote, 119 electoral votes to 114 for Hubert Humphrey. Humphrey is leading in states with 29 electoral votes. Nixon is leading in states with 53 electoral votes, or 54 electoral votes it shows there. That would bring his total to 173, Humphrey's 143. It takes 270 to win. And in Nebraska, CBS News estimates that in Nebraska, Nixon will win that state as anticipated with 68% of the vote, Humphrey 26 and Wallace 6. Adding Nebraska's vote now to Nixon's total, that's 5 more electoral votes for 124 for Richard Nixon, 114 for Hubert Humphrey. And on the popular vote, Nixon has just moved 1 percentage point ahead, but barely 1 percentage point, 41% to 40 for Hubert Humphrey. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68. Reporting from election headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
And it's a very tight election night indeed. The returns are just even in both the popular vote and in the electoral vote. A seesaw race right across the country. In the popular vote, almost 1/4 of the nation's precincts have been counted, and as you see there, the Nixon and Humphrey have each 41% of the vote. A slight margin for Humphrey now. He has gone ahead for the first time this evening. He has 7,798,000 votes to Nixon's 7,720,000 votes.
Wallace has 3.25 million votes for 18% of the vote, a point at which he has stood for most of the evening, and that percentage has been boosted considerably by a very heavy percentage in the South. He has not done nearly so well in the border and the northern states as he had anticipated doing. In the electoral vote, Nixon has won a total of 16 states now with 128 electoral votes. Humphrey has won 9 states with a total of 114 electoral votes. And when you count those states in which they're leading, Humphrey has won or is leading for a total of 143 electoral votes, and Nixon a total of 158. 142 on the figures you see there. Let me amend that. I was reading off of another board. That would read 156 that Humphrey still needs. Nixon still needs 142 for the 270 vote total that is required to win in the Electoral College. Still undecided, 257 electoral votes. Wallace has won only in 4 deep South states. He's not leading in any of the other southern states at the moment. It would appear that this may be his grand total, and if so, he has done no better than the States' Rights Party did, a purely sectional party in 1948, for a total of 39 electoral votes in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana. His percentages in many of the eastern and northern states have run 10% and less. In the Middle West, he's not doing much better than that. It would appear that his third-party bid is going down to rather ignominious failure tonight. It is now down to 17% in the popular vote, with the new figures just posted on our board. And in California, the polls have just closed. As a matter of fact, they've closed in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, and now the polls are closed throughout the United States except in Alaska. And out there, there's an interesting indication of a very, very close race in that poll that we take as voters leave the polling places. There's nothing official about that, of course, yet, and none of the returns have actually been tabulated. Joe, you can tell us more about it. That's your big baby, and it looks like you're going to be in the center of this vortex as the evening comes to a smashing climax in California.
Well, I knew there was something worth waiting for, Walter. California apparently is going to be the one that's going to keep everyone awake tonight, waiting to find out what happened. One thing to add, all of the polls are closed now in the United States, except for the rural areas in Alaska. The population centers are closed. And as Walter pointed out, our poll of voters leaving polling places in California shows that that's a dead heat out there. If that's any indication, the voters coming out of the voting booths have indicated it's Nixon-Humphrey toss-up, so we'll be watching California very closely. A quick look at some of the races already decided now in the far west. First in Arizona. Richard Nixon has taken Arizona. In fact, the whole state has gone Republican. Along with Nixon, Barry Goldwater is going back to the United States Senate. Nixon, the winner in Arizona. There's the raw vote. He has about a 10,000 vote lead, and our CBS estimate shows that Richard Nixon will take the state of Arizona. Barry Goldwater, another roughly 10,000 vote lead against Roy Elson, who was the administrative assistant to Carl Hayden, the 91-year-old senator who retired this year after serving so many years, serving in the Congress, in fact, since 1912 for the state of Arizona. In Colorado, Richard Nixon takes that state's 6 electoral votes, added along to Arizona's 5. He now has 11 in the far west. His lead is sizable in the raw vote, roughly 30,000 votes. George Wallace not showing too well in either Arizona or Colorado. Peter Dominick has won his seat back in the Senate. Nixon is also leading in Idaho and in Montana. There he's leading, and that's another 11 electoral votes when you add it to Wyoming, and we do have some raw votes now on Wyoming. It shows Richard Nixon with roughly a 4,000 vote lead over Hubert Humphrey in Wyoming. So Richard Nixon now is taking what it was expected he would take outside of California, a pretty commanding lead in the far west, and California, of course, with its 40 electoral votes, is really what we're all waiting to see. If, as this returns start coming in across the nation, it seems that California, once again, is going to be a pivotal state. It's 40 electoral votes, nearly half of what the West has to offer to any presidential candidate, and the whole West giving roughly a third of the electoral votes needed. Walter?
Because it's some time before we get over to you again, Mike, I'm going to reveal the truth about the Maryland senatorial race, if I may. That is, the truth as CBS News estimates it to be, that the incumbent, Senator Brewster, the Democrat, has been defeated in Maryland by the Republican challenger, Mr. Mathias. The CBS News estimate is that Mathias will get 48% of the vote, and that Daniel Brewster will get just 39%, with George Mahoney, a perennial candidate in Maryland, but a popular figure in some sets there, 13% of the vote. And clearly, with that sort of a percentage, Mike, I'm sure that you will read that as well, that Brewster would have won if Mahoney hadn't taken votes away from him. Pennsylvania, here is the big one. CBS News estimates that in Pennsylvania, Hubert Humphrey will win that state with 49% of the vote. Richard Nixon will get 43% of the vote, and Wallace will get 8% of the vote. 29 big electoral votes for Hubert Humphrey, according to our CBS News estimate, in Pennsylvania. That will give him a total of 143 electoral votes to Nixon's 128 electoral votes at this point. Mike Wallace?
Walter, with 99% of the vote reporting in Philadelphia, Humphrey pulled a 263-vote margin in that city, and the Democrats said that they were going to need a 250,000 vote margin in Philadelphia to carry the state. They have done it. That big, did I say something wrong? The Democrats said they would need a 250,000 vote, 250,000 votes. They got 263,000 plurality in the city of Philadelphia. That plurality made possible by a big turnout for Humphrey in the Negro and Jewish areas, with the Negro vote turnout higher than usual. The only weak spot was in the Italian areas, which might be sensitive to racial issues, where Republicans did somewhat better than normal, and it is conceivable that in Pennsylvania, that is what is making the difference in the race between the incumbent Democratic Senator Joseph Clark and Congressman Richard Schweiker, the Republican. Let's take a look at that Pennsylvania board with now 1/3 of the vote tabulated in Pennsylvania. Schweiker is leading 792,000 to 745,000 for Clark. Senator Clark has had his difficulty with the big Italian community in Pennsylvania. He has made, over the period of the past 2 or 3 years, disparaging remarks about other Democrats of Italian origin. And then, in addition, he was for gun control legislation that was a little stiffer than the gun control legislation that Schweiker was for in the state of Pennsylvania. And so 1 million sportsmen in western Pennsylvania particularly organized against Joe Clark, and it begins to look as though Schweiker may be going down. Clark may be going down before Republican Richard Schweiker, in spite of the fact that Humphrey now has taken the state of Pennsylvania in 29 big votes, and it looks like a big, big Democratic sweep throughout the eastern area.
And in the popular vote, Humphrey has lengthened his lead by a few score thousand votes, 8,318,000 now to Nixon's 8,223,000, but still both of them with 41% of the votes. And here's a CBS News estimate of the presidential vote in Wyoming. Nixon will win Wyoming as anticipated with 58% of the vote, Humphrey 33, and Wallace 9. That is our anticipation. That will give Nixon 131 electoral votes to Humphrey's 143. And it is indeed a close race tonight. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. This shapes up as one of the closest presidential races in our nation's history. As of this point, with 1/4 of the nation's precincts in, Nixon and Humphrey 41% of the vote each, and Wallace 18% of the vote each, with some Nixon with 131 electoral votes and Humphrey 143 electoral votes in those states that CBS News has estimated have been won by one of the candidates or the other. Wallace, the third-party candidate, not doing as well as expected with 39 electoral votes. And now, Roger Mudd, let's take a look at the South. Walter, we have 4 states in the South where an election either has not been called or there's no trend established, and the 4 are Tennessee, Arkansas, South Carolina, and Texas. First, in Tennessee, in the presidential race, 83% of the popular vote is now in, and Richard Nixon has a lead over Wallace, but not really very much. Hubert Humphrey running a poor third. Wallace has carried the city of Nashville, Humphrey carried Memphis, and Richard Nixon the other smaller cities in Tennessee. In Arkansas, in the presidential race, with 11% of the returns in, Wallace has a lead. No, he doesn't. Humphrey has the lead there, 13,000, almost 14,000 votes. Wallace right behind him, and then Nixon running third. In the South Carolina presidential race, 62% of the popular vote in. Nixon is in the lead there, probably due in large measure to the efforts of Strom Thurmond. In the Texas presidential race, 28% of the popular vote in. Hubert Humphrey leading, 324,000 votes. In second place, Nixon, and in third place, George Wallace. So to recap the Southern electoral count at this time, with Nixon winning 56 electoral votes, leading with 19 for a possible total of 75, George Wallace having won 39, Hubert Humphrey not yet having won any. And in 3 Southern Senate races in Oklahoma, Mike Mulroney, in the Senate since 1950, defeated tonight by the former governor, Republican governor of Oklahoma, Henry Bellman. In the Arkansas senatorial race, William Fulbright, going after his 5th term, looks like an easy winner over Charles Bernard, the wealthy Delta planter. And in South Carolina, we have a CBS News estimate, Ernest Fritz Hollings, re-elected and elected to his first full 6-year term over Republican Marshall Parker, the man he beat 2 years ago by about 12,000 votes. So that's the report in the South. Walter?
All right, let's take a look at the Middle West then with Dan Rather. Walter, in the Middle West, Hubert Humphrey, according to CBS News estimates, has won in Michigan and Minnesota. All the rest of the Midwest belongs, as expected, to Richard Nixon. No surprises anywhere so far tonight, except that Illinois, Ohio, and Missouri are still out, and there's every indication that they are very close. First, let's go to the board in Illinois. With 19% of the vote counted in Illinois, Hubert Humphrey leads Richard Nixon, with George Wallace running third. Our CBS News estimates, it's simply too close at the moment to come out with anybody even leading in Illinois, and that in itself is somewhat of a surprise. And I might point out that Chicago, as usual, appears to be the key in this close race, the presidential race. And the CBS News analysis of returns from sample precincts shows that Humphrey, even though he is winning 6 out of every 10 Chicago votes, is running at a slower pace in Chicago than John Kennedy did in 1960. Now, why is that important? Simply because Kennedy won Chicago by more than 450,000 votes in 1960, but managed to carry Illinois by less than 9,000 votes. And that, in the suburbs, small towns and rural areas, Nixon is winning by about the same ratio as Humphrey is in Chicago. That could be important as the night goes along. Hubert Humphrey, on the basis of our sample precincts, is not running as well in Chicago as John Kennedy did in 1960. And at this early stage, we can say that's just one indication that Illinois may yet go Republican. Now, let's look at Ohio, also with 26 electoral votes and with 36% of the vote counted in Ohio. Very close there. Nixon leading in Ohio, razor-thin margin over Humphrey. George Wallace, as expected, running well in Ohio. It was assumed before the polls closed that any votes that Wallace got in Ohio would be taking votes away from Hubert Humphrey. Again, though, in Ohio, a substantial number of our CBS News sample precincts are in, and it's simply too close for us to spot a trend or indicate that anyone is even leading. And those are the 2 big electoral giants in our area, Illinois and Ohio, and nowhere is the seesaw nature of this race any more apparent than it is in those 2 big states. Now, in Missouri, which has 12 electoral votes and is the only other state still not called as far as our CBS News estimates are concerned, this is the actual vote total. Humphrey leading in Missouri with 45% of the actual vote in. George Wallace running third and not running nearly as well in Missouri as many Wallace supporters had expected. Now, once again, our CBS News sample precincts, we have a good many of them in, but things are too close in Missouri for us to spot a trend or even call anyone leading. And that's the general picture in the Midwest, Walter, as far as the presidential race is concerned. Illinois and Ohio, the two important ones, still out. And if we may add here in Wisconsin, Gaylord Nelson has won the Wisconsin senatorial race, and in South Dakota, Farrar has won the gubernatorial race there. Hearns has been elected in Missouri.
And CBS News estimates that another prominent incumbent Democratic senator has been upset tonight in the state of Pennsylvania. Senator Joseph Clark, having lost to the Republican challenger, Richard Schweiker, with a percentage of 52 votes. CBS News estimates that when the final votes are in, Schweiker will have 52% of the vote, just about the vote that showed in the tabulated figure there, and Clark 46% of the vote. Mike Wallace will have more to tell us about that in a moment. That means that in 16 Senate races where CBS News has estimated a winner, the Republicans have gained 5 seats. That's doing even better than they had anticipated. In Arizona, Barry Goldwater won the seat vacated by Carl Hayden. In Florida, Republican Edward Gurney won the seat given up by George Smathers. And in Oklahoma, Governor Henry Bellman defeated, former Governor Bellman defeated Democratic Senator Mike Monroney. In Maryland, Charles Mathias Jr. ousted Democratic incumbent Daniel Brewster. And in Pennsylvania, Republican Richard Schweiker beat Senator Joseph Clark. In Montana, CBS News estimates that in the Montana presidential race, Richard Nixon will win Montana, as had been anticipated, 51%, Humphrey 41%, and Wallace 8%, which is quite a bit lower than it had been anticipated Wallace might get in Montana. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. And now Hubert Humphrey's margin has increased enough to give him a 1% lead over Richard Nixon. With 42% of the vote, Nixon 41%, and Wallace 17%, another 1% drop in the Wallace vote. That is with 28% of the nation's precincts counted. With that Montana 4 electoral votes that CBS News estimated Nixon would get a moment ago, Nixon's total is now 141, Humphrey 143. The electoral vote very tight indeed. And let's now continue our look around the country. We've had reports from the South and from the Middle West. Let's take a look at the West now with senatorial, gubernatorial, as well as the presidential races from Joe Benny.
Well, Walter, we just had another call, presidential call in Oregon. Richard Nixon has taken the state of Oregon. He should have 53% of the vote, 52%. Hubert Humphrey, 43%. Wallace, 5%. Oregon, 6 electoral votes, therefore, to Richard Nixon now gives him 24 out of the 95 in the far west, and 5 states in his column. Humphrey not leading in any yet. And bad news for the Doves and the left liberals in the Democratic Party. Wayne Morse appears to be going down to defeat. Seeking his 5th term in Oregon, Morse is now trailing Robert Packwood, the 36-year-old state legislator. We don't have any raw vote on it, but this is the way it's coming out now with 69% of our sample precincts in from Oregon. Packwood should get 54% of the vote, Wayne Morse 46%. And in almost every area in the state, Morse has been trailing, except in low income, high Democratic places where he thought he would do very well. He has done very well, but in most of the rest of the state, cities such as Salem, he has done well, and in Portland, but then outside of that, the other large cities in the suburbs, Packwood has racked up a substantial lead, and Wayne Morse appears to be going down to defeat tonight. Packwood in the lead in Oregon. Richard Nixon has taken the state of Oregon and its 6 electoral votes. We're still waiting for our returns for California, Walter.
And in the popular vote, some new figures just posted with 29% of the electoral vote in now. Hubert Humphrey, 9,797,000 for 42% of the vote. Nixon, 9,597,000 for 41% of the vote. A little increased margin for Hubert Humphrey there. This is Walter Cronkite at our CBS News election headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68 continues. Reporting from election headquarters, Correspondent Walter Cronkite.
And what an exciting race this is tonight. Nothing like the presidential countdown that had been anticipated just 2 weeks ago, when it was thought that Richard Nixon, in his second bid for the presidency, would sweep to an easy victory over Hubert Horatio Humphrey, the incumbent vice president. Instead, as the polls indicated in the last week, Hubert Humphrey closed exceedingly fast, and now, with almost half of the nation's precincts counted, he actually leads in the popular vote. He has 42% of the vote, Nixon 41%. And Humphrey has now moved 250,000 votes ahead of Richard Nixon, 10,868,000 to Richard Nixon's 10,603,000. George Wallace, the third-party candidate from Alabama, proved to be a sectional candidate after all. Although he campaigned in 50 states, he garnered a very small percentage of the votes in most of the states that have been counted so far, and is showing at 17% of the national vote. I am told that the figure of 45% is wrong, and that would seem reasonable that it should be wrong, with only some 26 million votes counted, and we're expecting 75 million votes. It should be 32% of the popular vote in, 1/3 of the vote, not almost 1/2 of the vote. But at any rate, the indications of the way this vote is going are very strong. It's a very, very close race. The same thing applies in the presidential race. South Carolina now, according to our CBS News estimate, is going to Richard Nixon and not to George Wallace, as some had anticipated it might. South Carolina's votes are now in the Nixon column. That's 8 more electoral votes for a total of 149 electoral votes for Richard Nixon. 149 now is his total of electoral votes. Hubert Humphrey has 143 electoral votes. Humphrey is leading in states with 3 electoral votes for 146, one state with 3 for 146 total, if he gets that. And Nixon is leading for 23 more electoral votes for a total of 172. Wallace is leading now in one more state with 6 electoral votes. That state is Arkansas. He is leading in Arkansas for Arkansas's 6 electoral votes, which will give him a total of 45. In Arkansas also, our CBS News estimate now says that Senator Fulbright will win in Arkansas in a successfully turning back the challenge of a Republican in Arkansas, Mr. Bernard. The actual totals in Arkansas show Fulbright with 14% of the vote counted, 27,138. Charles Bernard, wealthy planter, 15,919 votes. Now, gentlemen, we are left here tonight, right at this juncture of the count, with 5 critical votes where this election may actually be settled: in Illinois, Ohio, New Jersey, Texas, and California. They fall in each of your areas, one or more of the states in each of your areas, and I think we might just go around the table and see what we think is likely to happen in those states. Dan, why don't we start with you? You've got Illinois and Ohio in your areas.
Well, Walter, our sample precincts, which were supposed to tell us virtually everything, because of the closeness of the race in Illinois and Ohio, are telling us very little. For example, in Illinois, 78 out of 100 of our sample precincts now are reporting. We've read them very closely, and it's simply too close. And a footnote there that Everett Dirksen, who was supposed to run away with his race against the Democratic Attorney General facing Dirksen, 76 of our 100 sample precincts reporting, and that one is simply too close. In Ohio, the other state with 26 electoral votes, and the other state which will have a lot to say about how this nation's future goes over the next 4 years, we have 86 of our 90 sample precincts reporting in Ohio. It's simply too close for us to give any kind of call there. In Missouri, the only other state in the Midwest that we at CBS News have not estimated as being one way or the other, its 12 electoral votes shows us no trend at all at its present time in Missouri. Now, if we may go to the board for the actual tabulated vote, we've told you what our sample precincts show. First of all, are we looking at, this would be Missouri. And we now have a new set of figures up with 61% of the Missouri vote in Hubert Humphrey leading in Missouri. As you see, Richard Nixon second, George Wallace running a strong third, but not running as well in Missouri as had been anticipated. That's Missouri. Now going over to Illinois. The actual vote tabulated in Illinois, 23% of the vote in. Humphrey leads in Illinois. Keep in mind, most of these votes are from the big city areas, and you see a change there. And as we mentioned earlier, Humphrey, although getting 6 out of every 10 votes cast in the Chicago-Cook County area, is running behind John Kennedy's pace in the 1960 election, and that could, I emphasize the word could, bid well for Richard Nixon a little later on in the evening. In Ohio, the raw vote total, 44% of the vote counted in Ohio. Richard Nixon leading in Ohio, but it's a thin margin, and George Wallace, as expected, running rather well in Ohio, although not as well as some of the Humphrey people had feared. And one other note, Walter, in general in the Midwest, Humphrey is winning the big cities with a margin of about 20% of the vote, while Nixon wins the small cities by just over 10% and carries the suburbs and rural areas by a slightly larger margin. Nixon's problem so far is that his suburban rural margin is just not large enough, especially in the vote-rich industrial states, to guarantee Nixon the Midwest victory he may need to win the presidency tonight. And I would say, Walter, that in general the whole election shapes up that way. It seems to be the industrial big city areas against the small-town agricultural areas, with Humphrey carrying the former and Nixon the latter.
I think Mike can probably confirm that that's the story in the East, can't you, Mike?
Yes, the big state, as you suggested, in the East that's still out is New Jersey, Walter. All of our sample precincts are in, except maybe 1 or 2. And it simply goes down to the wire. It's too close for us to call. We can't tell really what is going to happen there. Let's take a look at the New Jersey boards for just a moment. We see that with 53% of the vote tabulated there, Nixon with 733, Humphrey 689, Wallace running at about 5%, less than he had expected to get in New Jersey, 5% of the vote. And there are no other races, no gubernatorial or senatorial races to key on in the state of New Jersey. The Nixon people need it. They've said it all along, if they're going to come out of the East with anything. As you can see, if we can take a look at the recap board in the East for the electoral votes, an extraordinary Democratic virtual sweep has developed there. Humphrey with 112 votes, Nixon with just 7. Up to now, he has taken just the traditional Republican states of New Hampshire and Vermont. And in addition to New Jersey, there are just 2 more states out in the East. One, Delaware, the other, Maryland. In Delaware, we say, according to our board, no trend. Let's take a look at the tabulation board. It shows Humphrey leading Nixon 44,000 to 41,000, 12,000 for Wallace, with 55% of that vote in. One of the news services has suggested that Nixon will indeed be the winner eventually in Delaware, but it's too close to call for us. Let's go over to Spiro Agnew's state of Maryland, with 61% of the tabulated vote in now. Nixon leading 374,000 to Humphrey's 318,000, Wallace with 123,000. That would seem to fall in line with the Charles Mathias victory over Senator Dan Brewster in Maryland, which would seem to indicate that perhaps Nixon was going to come out of Maryland the winner. But again, according to our CBS News estimate, it is simply too close to call.
Roger, how about the South?
Well, the big one still undecided is Texas, of course, Walter. And if you take a quick look at the popular vote before we find out where it comes from, 33% of the vote is in, and Humphrey with 424,000, Nixon, what's that, 35, 40,000 behind him, and then Wallace trailing off pretty badly. Now, to find out where that vote comes from, our CBS News model precincts indicate that Nixon is carrying Dallas, and he's carrying Fort Worth. He's carrying Houston, but not by much. In 1960, Nixon carried Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, and he still lost the whole state by just 46,000 votes. John Kennedy carried the rest of the state. So apparently that's what's happening tonight. Nixon's strong in the cities. Hubert Humphrey in the Mexican-American vote, 90% of the vote went to Humphrey, 8% of the Mexican-American vote went to Nixon. The Negro vote breaks 88% to Humphrey, 7% to Nixon. Wallace's strongest sector is the white farmer of Texas. So that's one we're still going to watch simply because there is, as they say, no trend in Texas. And when you got no trend in Texas, Walter, you're in trouble.
No trend at all.
Mr. Nixon played The Eyes of Texas on the piano down there and got a rousing reception, but whether that's going to win him the state or not remains to be seen. We have a CBS News estimate in Idaho that Nixon will carry Idaho as expected with its 4 electoral votes, and that makes his total now 153 electoral votes to Humphrey's 143. 270 electoral votes are needed, as you know. And now, Joe Benty, we've got one more of those 5 big states. It may be the last one, and we may be here for a long time tonight waiting for it.
That's the way it looks, Walter. The 40 electoral votes of California are being tossed around in the counts. We've just taken a look at our readout sheet from our estimating, and it seems to be a repeat of 1960. It's give and take in all of the areas. Nixon doing well in some of the areas that he did well in 1960 in Orange County and San Diego and the southern part of the state of California. He is running almost as well as he did then, in some places ahead. For example, in the south outside of Orange County and San Diego, he is ahead of his 1960 totals, but he's behind just slightly in Los Angeles County. Our CBS News estimate shows Richard Nixon and Hubert Humphrey just about tied in California. Hubert Humphrey's biggest strength is coming from the black ghetto areas. There, 9 out of every 10 black voters cast their vote for Humphrey. And in the Mexican-American areas, 8 of every 10 voters cast their votes for Hubert Humphrey. In the other areas, in backlash, Humphrey managed to hold just even with Nixon. In the blue-collar areas, Nixon goes ahead of Humphrey. George Wallace's one source of strength seems to be in the farm and rural areas of California, and that means that he's pulling votes there away from Richard Nixon. It's still too early to make any definite statements, though, about California. The returns we have are from our estimate, and the raw vote that's coming in simply doesn't give you enough of an indication. Nixon is showing a lead of about 2,000 votes on the raw vote, but that's really not enough to make any determination. An interesting poll that's being conducted by CBS outside voting places in California shows that in that Senate race, where, as we've said, conservatism and liberalism are going to hit head-on, it looks as though liberalism is taking its toll of Max Rafferty's conservatism. Alan Cranston is running 5 to 10% ahead in polling voters who are coming out of voting places in California. It's still a 50-50 call in California, Walter.
Looks like a long and very interesting night here. 1/3 of the popular vote has been counted up to now. 32%, that is, of the vote is in. Humphrey is lengthening his lead with almost every new tabulation by just a few thousand votes, so that now he's almost 300,000 votes ahead, 280 or something thousand votes ahead. That's 12,322,000, 12,042,000, 42% to 41%. Wallace is holding on just short of 5 million votes at 17% of the vote. It should be noted that this includes most of the populous counties and precincts of the East, but if this trend kept up, we would really shatter the national voting totals, because with 1/3 of the vote in, we now have 27 million votes. That would indicate that we'd get well over the 75 million, which would be a record. In Wisconsin, Governor Warren Knowles, a Republican, has turned back, according to CBS News estimate, the challenge of the popular young Attorney General and scion of the famous progressive political party, Bronson LaFollette. CBS News color coverage of Election Night 68 will continue in a moment. On this most exciting election night, and perhaps one of the closest presidential races in this nation's history, with 1/3 of the nation's precincts counted, Hubert Humphrey leads Richard Nixon, 42% of the vote to 41% of the vote. George Wallace, the third-party candidate of the American Independent Party, has 17% of the vote. Nixon, according to our CBS News estimate, has won 21 states with a total of 153 electoral votes. It takes 270 to win. Hubert Humphrey has won in 10 states with 143 electoral votes. George Wallace has won in 4 states with 39 electoral votes, and he leads in Arkansas, which would give him another 6 electoral votes. Not doing as well as he had anticipated, or the poll showed he might. Richard Nixon leads in states with 32 electoral votes, and Humphrey leads in 1 state with 3 electoral votes. And now Utah, according to CBS News estimate, can be put in the Nixon column as well, as had been anticipated. That is 54 more electoral votes for Richard Nixon, 4 more electoral votes for Richard Nixon. He wins the state, according to CBS News, with 54% of the vote, and Humphrey 35%, Wallace an 11%, a rather strong showing for him in the Mormon state of Utah. With those extra 4 Utah votes, that makes Nixon's total 157 electoral votes. And the race for the Senate, there are 34 races at stake, 34 seats at stake this year. There have been some surprising upsets so far. The Democrats have won 8 seats and the Republicans have won 10. The Democrats are leading in 3 other races, which would, with their 40 holdovers, give them the 51 seats necessary to control the 91st Senate. In the Republican camp, they are leading in 4 races as well as the 10 in which they have elected, and with their 26 holdovers, they would have 40 seats. In the House of Representatives, there are 435, all of the seats in the House, of course, at stake. So far, the Democrats have elected 118, the Republicans 66. Democrats leading in 41 for a total of 159. The Republicans leading in 44 for a total of 110. Now, that makeup of the new House could be important if this race continues as close as it is in the presidency. It may evolve upon the House of Representatives in January to decide on the next president. In the gubernatorial races with 21 seats at stake, the Democrats have elected 1, the Republicans 3. The Democrats are leading in 5 races and the Republicans in 4, and you see what the totals would be if they win all of those. Some of these Senate seats that we should report on very quickly in the upsets, if you have tuned in by any chance late. Arizona, Barry Goldwater won as expected for the Democratic seat of Carl Hayden. In Florida, Republican Edward Gurney took over the seat given up by the retiring Democratic Senator George Smathers. In Oklahoma, the Democratic senator for 18 years from that state, Mike Monroney, was upset by the former Republican Governor Henry Bellman. In Maryland, the Democratic incumbent Daniel Brewster upset by the Republican Charles Mathias Jr. In Pennsylvania, the Democratic incumbent Joseph Clark upset by the Republican challenger Richard Schweiker. And we are told that in Oregon, Wayne Morse is having the fight of his life and is in some trouble. And in Illinois, Senator Everett Dirksen even is having a tough fight against the Attorney General of Illinois running on the Democratic ticket, Mr. William Clark. That vote at this moment shows with almost a third of the vote in, Clark 627,000 and Dirksen 541,000. Now Eric Severide is with Theodore White. And as I just reported, a number of these senatorial leaders have fallen tonight. And actually, they have lost in states that have been going on the presidential side for Hubert Humphrey. How do you account for that, gentlemen?
I'm not entirely sure. I think partly it's age with some of these senators who've been there a very long time. It may be that. Clark in Pennsylvania, Monroney in Oklahoma are getting along in years now. If Dirksen's in real trouble, that will be a surprise. That will certainly change the psychological landscape around the Senate. Mr. Morse has not been counted out yet in Oregon. Possibly will make it. With him, it may be partly age. You can't say that the Doves are losing all around the place. Fulbright's winning in Arkansas. I suppose the government may win South Dakota. I don't know what the final on that is. But proportionately, the Republicans seem to be picking up better in the Senate than they are in the House, so far as we can tell from what House returns we have. Now, Teddy White's been off in the corner brooding about some of the longer-range implications. Do you find many of a long range in the figures we've got so far, Teddy?
Well, I keep thinking of the phrases we had this spring, you know, the new politics and the old politics. And we're choosing between 2 men who are among the oldest and most familiar faces in American politics. And I think where the American people can, there's a tendency to knock off the big names that they recognize. You have to remember that Lauschy was knocked off in the primary, Kuechel was knocked off in the primary, and here we have them going after Morse, Clark, Smathers pulled out, Dirksen in trouble, Monroney out. I think that if there's any general meaning that you can read in this election, any president who is elected, either Humphrey or Nixon, will have the utmost difficulty in governing.
You know, you think that Humphrey probably would have more on the breakdown of the national figures, more difficulty if he were elected. because there would be a majority of people essentially voting against what has been, what he has been associated with the last few years, if you take the Nixon-Wallace vote together.
If you took the Nixon-Wallace vote, you come out with pretty close to 60% of the American people who repudiated this administration clearly and sharply. When you think of the 1964 election, the 2-to-1 majority, this is a tremendous reversal of American politics. If
Gentlemen, I hate to interrupt, but we've made a sacred covenant with our local stations to give them an opportunity to give their local returns, so I give this cue. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 68. Reporting from election headquarters, Walter Cronkite.
Well, it's midnight in the East, and all we know right now about the presidential race is that it is very, very close. It may be the closest in our history. Right now, with 36% of the popular vote counted, Hubert Humphrey holds a lead over Richard Nixon, 42% to 41%. 13,330,000, you're going to see a change there, 371,000 to Nixon's 13,041,000. With each new return, Humphrey pulls just a little bit, a few thousand votes further away from Richard Nixon. He took the lead about an hour ago and is holding on to it. George Wallace has 17% of the vote, 5.25 million votes. In the electoral count, first we have a CBS News estimate in the state of New Mexico. Richard Nixon will win New Mexico as anticipated. Our CBS News estimate tells us Nixon should win with 54% of the vote, Humphrey 39%, and Wallace 7% in New Mexico. That will give Richard Nixon 161 electoral votes, Hubert Humphrey 143 electoral votes. Nixon is leading for 28 other electoral votes, which would give him a total of 189. Humphrey is leading for 3 electoral votes, which would give him a total of 146. Wallace has 4 states with 39 electoral votes, the solid southern states of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana, which have gone for states' rights, Dixiecrat candidates before, and he is leading in Arkansas, which would give him another 6 electoral votes. In the Senate, the 34 races at stake, the Democrats have won 8 and the Republicans 10. In the House of Representatives, the Democrats have elected 125 and the Republicans 72. Let's take a look at the makeup of the new House of Representatives, region by region, and we'll start out with Mike Wallace in the East.
Walter, the Democrats so far have elected 28 congressmen. The Republicans have elected 21. The Democrats are leading with 12, the Republicans leading with 6. So in the new House, 40 new Democrats, 27 new Republicans. I say new, of course, some of them are incumbents. And as you can see, with the present status of the outgoing House, 74 to 48, Democrats over Republicans, the complexion of the House in the East is just about the same. Incidentally, House Speaker John McCormack from Massachusetts won re-election easily.